All right, ladies and gentlemen, little setup here, and I have to ask some questions as to my audio. I'm in a different location right now. I'm in Colombia, and the whole setup is different. Obviously, my background, my microphone. I don't have my studio set up here, so I want to find out from some of you, if you can give me your comments, how my audio is, if you can hear me, and if the background music is too overwhelming, etc., etc. So if somebody can give me some feedback, pop out the chat. What's up, cuz? Got my cousin in the house. Big shout out to New England. Audio's good? Okay, cool. Can you guys hear the music? My little ambient music? Okay. Okay, good. Thank you, everybody. All right. Maybe the little music a little bit? Okay, cool. I will do that. There we go. Okay. All right, how's everybody's doing? Yes, I am currently right now in Barranquilla, Colombia. This amazing city. It is sunset here. There's a big day over here, a huge soccer day, football day. The grocery stores were like empty because everybody was at the bar watching the soccer game. So I am enjoying Barranquilla, Colombia. I am at the very top of the country of Colombia in this amazing city. I'm right downtown, so completely different setup. Right now I'm in an Airbnb, of course. This is my first time away from Mexico, being instead of usually going to the US. I decided to come here, so I'm here for a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, and I have a little bit of a different setup, so you may hear a little background noise because the microphone that I have is not my studio quality microphone, so it does pick up some background noise, so just bear with me on that because I do have neighbors in this huge complex that I'm in, and the doors are very small, so so yeah, the background here behind me is my room. I got the fireplace going on, the TV, get a little ambiance, but the room itself is a room that I generated, and kind of, you know, this is kind of the style here, so. Yeah, the coffee's great, actually. Of course, it's Colombia. So, let's see. So I'm going to get into some of your questions. Is the music good now? The rain in the background? The kind of the ambient? So I turned it down, so I'm going to get into as many questions as I can. Don't know how long I'm going to go. But I'm going to get into as many questions as I can for all you great decoders. So Alberto has a little, he's in dire needs here. Alberto, I feel you. Been there, done that. We have our own circumstances. The best thing that you can do is to study yourself, to decode yourself. On my channel, there's a video how to decode yourself. And it's an hour long. That would be where I would start. Focus on you. It's time to focus on you. And anybody in your life that's causing you any grief, cut them out of your life. The best that you can. And if you can't cut them out of your life, you need to learn how to tolerate those people. Because you're inside of a movie, folks. And you see, when people push your buttons, you're being tested. See how well you handle it. And if you complain about it, you're not really handling it that well. So when you handle it well, when people push your buttons and you don't react, you can just say, oh, okay. I mean, I get it. People are, not nice. And so try to cut those people out of your life. Okay? Okay, it's kind of loud. All right, let me turn it down a little bit. Okay, that should be good. Okay. So today is a Six of Diamonds day, right? Or I mean, sorry. Today is the what's your question number 70, which is the Six of Diamonds card, right? Because this card, which probably there we go, the black ones. This is card 32, but in the tarot it's the 70th card. It means giving. So the friendly reminder here, folks, for this what's your question is, when's the last time you just gave yourself to somebody, helped somebody out of the goodness of your heart without even thinking about it? When's the last time you did a random acts of kindness? That's what the Six of Diamonds is. It's a service to others energy. And since we're doing what's your question, let me give you the tarot card so you can see the picture of that. Because the tarot gives the amazing picture. And here we have it. This is today's, well, this is not today's card because today's December 10th, but this is what's your question 70, and this is the 70th card in the deck. So I thought it would be very fitting to show you what energy is being presented right now for what's your question number 70. It's random acts of kindness. See, you want to be that person in the middle. You want to be a creator. You see those people at the bottom being hand-fed? Those are consumers. And although each and every one of us are consumers, it's time that you turn that around, you to be a dominant creator. For some of you, you're not. For some of you, you're a dominant consumer. This is a friendly reminder to switch that and be a dominant creator, to be that person giving to people. Okay? A creator. That's what you want to do. You want to be a creator. Okay. I'll go back to some of your questions. Margaret's asking, what's the prognosis for next year, 2024? Is it going to get better or is it going to get worse? Both. It's going to be both. But if I had to be honest with all of you, I think a big shitstorm's coming. Jordan and I did a podcast, let's talk about the financial collapse. And when I pull the astrological map, you know, every fall time in the Tropic of Cancer, where Libra, the scales of justice, is you had some big energy where Mars was opposite Pluto, right, this past fall. And nothing happened. So does that mean that 2024 is going to be taking those reins over? Are we going to see a financial collapse? I mean, there's a lot of signs coming out that there'll be a blackout. There'll be a cyber attack. These are all possibilities. I'm not saying they're absolutes. But in order for things to get better, things obviously have to go through chaos. Because see, the major consumers out there, the people that are kind of asleep, you know, they're just not really interested in this information. They need to be directed. They need a director, and the director is obviously the main components of the hierarchy. And that main component of the hierarchy is both chaos and order. It's going to come in and cause chaos, and people are going to get angry, upset, pissed off. They're going to lose things, and then they're going to create the order after the chaos is instituted. So the consumers have a superhero that they can cheer. But what they don't realize is the superhero and the villain, the chaos and the order, are controlled by the same energy. It's all a Ponzi scheme. Which is why I have suggested to all of you that watching politics and the news is a waste of your time. It's not only a waste of your time, it's an energy harvester. It's harvesting your energy. Okay? So I have a decode coming out on. Let me see if I can. I have a decode coming out on. Hold on a second. I think it's this. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. I have a decode coming out on this right here. This movie and book. Okay? Just came out. The guy who directed the movie is Sam Esmail, and he's the same guy who was the director of Mr. Robot. And what was Mr. Robot all about? The financial collapse. Now, I'm not saying this guy has the absolute authority, but I'm saying he's a piece on the board to show a possibility in the timeline. And then, the guy who wrote the book, Rumen Alam, his name equals 28, just like the word death in Greek, where Revelation talks about the pale horse. And these have been my big decodes. The 138, the pale horse, these are all talking about the change that's going to come and be instituted into our reality. Okay? Kiki's asking about finding a butterfly in wintertime in Canada. Is it an omen? If you say it is, right? Like everything, there's signs everywhere. But clearly, if that's not supposed to happen, then I would chalk it up to that. Like what is the butterfly? Well, in the medicine deck, it's card number 9. 9 is repeater, is the great repeater number. And the butterfly is all about transformation. From the caterpillar to the butterfly. Transformation, the number 9. Then you have card number 6, which is the snake, which is transmutation, which is shedding the skin. All right, shedding the skin. Jody's asking, isn't the rider death? Yes, the pale horse is death. The pale horse is death. And I just put out a decode on my Patreon. Big shout out to all you Patreons on Contract with God. That's the title of the decode. And I have over 500 videos that I've completed, and I personally would say that's in my top 5 most important decodes to watch. The contract you have with the God, with the supernatural. And it's coming, folks. What I showed was the most popular Bible, which is the most popular spell book, because that's what the Bible is. It's a spell book. People cast spells when they preach and talk about it and pray upon it. And well, it originated from the Catholic Church. So it doesn't matter if you're Christian, Baptist, Seventh-day Adventist, they all use the Bible. And the Bible is half Jewish because it's the Torah. This is why I think it's funny. People say, oh, I'm not Jewish, I'm Christian. Do you use the Old Testament? Of course you do. So that makes you half Jewish then. It's just funny. But of course you want to go ahead and say you're Christian, no problem. It's just a watered down Jewish religion. That's all it is. It's all the same thing. The Old Testament is not complete without the New Testament, and the New Testament's not complete without the Old Testament. You can try to slice it or dice it any way you want. You can try to label it any way you want, but you cannot have one without the other. And the God of the Bible is the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, which is Jewish. You can try to say, oh, Jesus talks about the Father in the New Testament all the time. Anyway, the lineage to the King James Bible, which is the most popular, when you study King James, it's ridiculously scripted. The guy was born on June 19th, which is, like if you follow Trump, he was big on June 19th. And his mother was Mary, and her mother was Mary. I wonder if that's a coincidence. And James, there's a book in the Bible, James, which is the 59th book in the Bible, and it just so happens that contract with God equals 59 in numerology. It just so happens that the game of life equals 59 in numerology. The book of James, King James. I mean, it's just so scripted. So if you want to become free of all those things, you got to leave it behind. It doesn't mean you're going to leave your morals and ethics behind, but you got to leave all this programming behind. You got to leave it behind. Okay? I'm a nihilist. What is a nihilist? Someone who doesn't, you're beyond the realm of this reality. You don't resonate with any of these propaganda, programming, software writing kind of things. I just don't resonate with it. And I feel like that's how you become light and reach nirvana. Is where you become a nihilist. That's what annihilate means. You get rid of everything. Of course, accept your morals, ethics, and boundaries and being a loving person. Not everybody incarnates to be the superhero. There are plenty of people that incarnate to be the villains because you got to have the balance. This is very freeing when you have the eyes to see that we live in a predestined reality. Absolutely. I mean, if you're a fan of theology, all you got to do is go look to Judas, who betrayed Jesus, and you think Judas had a choice? Didn't have a choice in the matter. Had to betray Jesus because it was written. So Judas played the villain. Didn't have a choice. Just like you don't have a choice. You're doing what you need to do. Just go be you. And if you can get rid of the confines of this reality through the programming, you'll be more free. And more free, and more free, and more free. You got to be a nihilist, in my opinion. Nihilism. Go look it up. Go study it. Paul Bunyan said, that's false. New Testament is what Jesus left for us. Old Testament is just genealogy history. It doesn't serve any purpose because no more Mosaic law. It doesn't matter if you eliminate the Old Testament. You still have a predestined, scripted reality. That's why the word scripture has the word script in it. Okay? And Jesus, Paul Bunyan, is the Son. That is for sure. Now, whether or not the guy was a real dude, there's no one that can prove that. But we do know with common sense and logic that Jesus is the Son of God. The Son of God. No brainer. And then you got to go beyond that. And my research shows that everybody here is the Christ. You are all Jesus playing out your Jesus Christ superstar experience. That's what it means to be a human being. That's it. Now, if you want to put your faith in the cross, in my opinion, you're going to it's a guarantee you'll get reincarnated and put back into this game. Guarantee. You're not going to see me doing any eating of the wafers, drinking it. Those are all rituals that will guarantee you to get reincarnated into this reality. That's my truth. You don't have to agree with that. Totally fine. I'm not twisting anybody's arms. But you will never see me bow down to any idols and put my faith in any of these characters and doing any of these rituals. No way. Not interested in that. Don't need to do that. I don't need it. You don't need anybody to save you. You got to save yourself because you are Jesus. It's as simple as that. And the research backs it up and supports what I'm saying. Not the interpretation of a pastor or how you read the scripture. No, do the numbers and the breakdown and decode the Bible, and you'll see that what I'm saying has a lot more merit than people's interpretations of it. It's that simple. And I know that, comes in the crosshairs. I know it may piss somebody off. I know it may ruffle some people's feathers. So be it, man. I'm a disruptor in this reality. I'm not just going to go along with the most popular story in the world. That, to me, is going to get you reincarnated and recycled back into the game with absolute certainty. I mean, I've had this question with many people regarding religion, and the big character that runs Christianity, which runs Jesus, is the Pope. So, if you're somebody who wants to continue on with that character, awesome. But you're knowing that the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church, what created all this kind of stuff, delivered the New Testament in the year 382 AD. The New Testament. Now, if you want to eliminate the Old Testament, okay, no problem. But then who delivered the New Testament? The Roman Catholic Church. In 382 AD. So that's what history says. And it all, the lineage, King James and his mother and Mary, it all points to the same thing. All points to the same thing. So again, I was postulating. I postulated this idea to many people about the Pope, the current Pope right now, Pope Francis. And you know, I want you to put on your logic thinking cap, like the greatest logic you can come up with at this point, and follow me on this. Just something to really think about. Okay, Pope Francis being tied to Pope number 66 books of the Bible, okay? The only Pope from the Tropic of Capricorn, which is Saturn-based. Do you think logically that guy kind of knows a thing or two about what's going on? Because the Vatican has this library that we can't get into. Been around since 1540, the Society of Jesus anyway, being the militants of the church, but the church is much older than that. But you would think logically that Pope Francis, the head of Christianity, would know a thing or two about how this whole reality works. So some people say, oh, he's the Antichrist. Well, if that's the case, you would think that guy kind of knows that, if you want to postulate it that way. And you can see that guy's not changing the course of his actions. He is full steam ahead. Not changing his course of action. So logic and discernment, when you use that, ladies and gentlemen, what does that tell you? First and foremost, he doesn't have a choice outplaying his character. Just like Judas didn't, just like Peter didn't, just like any of these stories that are written in that spell book. But see, I can't prove that those people were here, and neither can any of you. They're stories. So we can't say it was true, we can't say it wasn't true. We have to leave it up in the air. I just don't know. But what we do know is, right now you exist and I exist, and the Pope in the Vatican exists. That's a 1,001 + 1 = 2 fact. And the Pope Francis, you would think he knows a thing or two about how this whole reality is working, and he ain't budging. He's moving full force, and he's on board with Jesus. They preach Jesus, they push Jesus. They're all about that. So if you think that guy's the Antichrist and he's using the Jesus Christ character and the cross and the Eucharist and doing these rituals, and you want to continue to follow that, be my guest. You ain't going to see me doing it. Not as a nihilist, I'm not going to do it. Religion means to do it again. Reincarnation, religion, to do it again, and 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 to do it again. And the question is, do we ever get out of this reality? There are a lot of layers to this that says you never get out. You just change characters. So what if that's a 1 + 1 = 2 fact? Then what would you do? If everybody knew that you're going to reincarnate no matter what would you do differently in your life right now? That'd be the big question to have a really deep, thought-provoking conversation about. The 51 Project says, look up Pope Room 201. Well, I covered that. I covered 201. 201 in my Let's Talk About the War movie, and that is connected to Israel. Because Ra in Hebrew equals 201. So then the question becomes, what is Ra? Well, you have the law of one, which to me is like the best outcome out of all these concepts. You're either service to self or service to others. And you're either going to graduate or you're going to stay the same and have to repeat the process over again. That's it. Those are the only two options with the law of one material, which is the Ra material. Now we know that Ra is a big icon, if you will, in a lot of these mythologies. And I've covered Ra so many times when you look at alchemy and the periodic table, especially radium, which is Ra. And radium has the average isotope, or the most abundant isotope of radium, is radium-226. And the half-life of radium-226, meaning how much it decays in 50% of its life, is 1,600 years, which is very coincidental because the White House in Washington, D.C., the address is 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The address for the largest artificial intelligence gatherer, Google, in Mountain View, California, their address is 1600 Amphitheater Way. Are these coincidences that the half-life of radium-226, which is Ra's element, is 1,600 years? Of course not, when you decode it and you could start to see the code behind the scenes of the final product. See, everybody wants to look at the final product, and only a certain amount want to decode before the final product. What's delivering the final product on the world stage? Such as the Bible. People just, it's the Word, it's the Word. Well, the Word has letters, numbers, and symbols behind it. And when you study that, it gives a completely different interpretation. Some of you don't want to do that. That's totally fine. I'm not here to twist anybody's arms. I'm just here to be this disruptor. That's what I am. I'm a disruptor. Walter Russell's really good. Also keep in mind 201 is linked to Mercury. Mercury has the most abundant isotope 201. Mercury does. Okay? Mercury is the messenger. All right? Breeze is asking about Sirius. So, let me show you in the tarot what that looks like. So, there's many different numerology layers to Sirius. When you go all the way back to the Greek, even when you go back to the Egyptian, because you can't get letters from their hieroglyphs. It converts into what's called Sopdet. Right? But that's just a guess. If you do the Greek, it's Sothis. And that ends up becoming the number 100. When you do the numerology of it through Chaldean, Sirius, it becomes the number 16. Okay? So I want you to put your thinking caps on. The hell is my... Hang on. So Sirius in Chaldean, the word Sirius, equals the number 16. And so we convert that into the cards of the tarot, and we get the picture, which is right here. This is the 16th card. Now, when you start to say, well, how do we make the connection here? Because the tower means destruction. This is tied to the Phoenix event, if you follow the great work of Jason Breshears. And Archaics, big shout out to Archaics. Right? This was in the 138 decoded all over it. Sodom and Gomorrah, that story in Genesis, when it said the Lord rained fire and brimstone down onto the Sodom and Gomorrah, that was this card. The word Lord equals 16. This is the 16th card in the deck. Sirius equals 16. When you study Sirius in ancient Egypt, that is when the rising of the Nile happened. Flooding happened. Sirius was a disruptor. Sirius, disruptor. Explosion. This is tied to Lucifer as well. Lucifer is tied to the pale horse and death and Hades. Straight up. Ryan's asking, do I think God is good, bad, or both? Well, first you need to define what God is for you. Are there many gods? Or is there just one? Are you talking about the source of all there is? Are you talking about demigods? Are you bringing into the Vedas and you're getting into the Asuras and the Devas, angels and demons? Even the Society of Jesus talks about that when they first started doing their retreats back in when they first got created. Angels and demons running this reality, having a hold on you, and it might be a sliding scale. There might be a sliding scale. So clearly, when you study, if you're coming from a position of the Bible, the most popular spell book on the world stage, if you're studying Judeo-Christianity, well, then you would go to Isaiah 45 verses 7, and it clearly says in there that I create peace and evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. And that's the yin yang. Light, dark, peace, evil, that's the yin yang. So, again, I mean, you go back to the Old Testament, New Testament, is the God different? Is the one that is the head honcho, the chief in the Old Testament, different from the chief in the New Testament? No. How could that be? So, in my opinion, God is everything, if you're going to bring it into that context. Just look to nature. I study nature more than anything else. Nature. And look at nature, it's predator-prey. The good, the bad, and the ugly. That's why all this stuff's allowed to happen. Besides that, you're in a movie. This is a movie. We're entertainment. You're being used as an instrument, as a character. It's so simple when you get these concepts down, and I can support more than anybody can disprove that you're living in a it already was written, predestination is a fact in my book. I can support it with all my research, and many of you great decoders can support it as well, because you know what I'm talking about. Predestination is a 1 + 1 = 2 fact in my book. Final answer, predestination, 1000%. Free will is very limited, if we even have any at all. I'm not going to debate against that. I'd like to think we have some free will, but it's very minimal. That's my final answer. Very minimal free will. So many times I've seen where you could say, oh yeah, I chose to do that, and then something happened. I've covered this many times. Something happened in your reality where you may have broken the glass and you had to go to the hospital to get stitches, and you meet somebody there and they change the course of your life. Did you really break the glass and cut yourself? Because if you wouldn't have broken your glass and cut yourself, you wouldn't have gone to the hospital to get the stitches and met that person. That changed the course of your life. So did you really break the glass? Was that really an accident? The U channel says, but why entertainment? Because you're inside of a movie. This is a movie. Earth is a movie set. It's a reality show. And you're being watched. You're being observed. Sean's asking, what do I think about what the point of the bop, 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 bop was? Pale horse. Pale horse. Death. This, bop, 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 bop. Part of the pale horse. You know how many people that's going to take out? Pale horse. Part of the reset. Simple. Don't need a natural disaster. Pale horse. Kiki, I don't know your card. You said the angels. You're talking about the angel with the wings on the tarot card. Are you talking about the Temperance card? I don't know which card you're from. I would imagine you're talking about the Temperance card, right here. This one. That's the 14th card in the deck. This represents the God. This represents the angel that comes down and balances out this reality. This is the 14th card in the deck. The word God equals 14 in numerology. The word time equals 14 in numerology. So what can God be? Time. That's why there's a lot of push with Kronos and the idea of Saturn eating its children, because it eats you, meaning that you will decay over your life and you will eventually die over time. So the Temperance card reminds you to be balanced in your life. And that angel right there is holding two chalices. And those two chalices are the yin yang, the good and evil. That's what this card means. It's really simple. Morning lights. Who's watching us? Well, I mean, that can be talked about in so many different ways. I couldn't. We could get into so many different possibilities with that. But you're definitely being watched. There's nothing. You can turn down the lights. You can pull down the shades. When you're doing the cha-cha-cha, you're being watched. When you're rubbing one out in the shower, you're being watched. Trust me. Nothing gets past whatever's observing you. When you think you're doing something in secret, you're being watched. All right? Simple. That's my final answer. Again, these are my opinions and truths. I'm not saying they're going to be true for you. You got to make the truth your own. DB is asking if our lives are predetermined and we lack any free will. I'm not saying we lack any free will. Well, yeah, we don't have. I don't think we have a whole bunch. Yeah, so lack. Why do we have ambitions, goals, and dreams? That's your desire. Why do you have desires? Simplify your life with this whole concept. Why do you desire things? The next time you run out and you buy a new phone, why'd you go buy the new phone? See, the thing about it is, folks, with this is we need to have foundations as a community here. And the challenge with foundations is mostly everybody here has a different foundation. So if your foundation is you really believe Jesus was a dude to come here and save you, then your foundation is going to be different than mine. So it's going to be very challenging to go into a different direction and be able to follow the path and understand it. If your foundation is you were raised in India and there's no mention of Jesus, it's Krishna and Brahma and Vishnu and Shiva. That's your foundation. Well, then if someone starts to have a conversation with you about Christianity or Judaism, you may be able to follow along, but your foundation supersedes that. And then the question would emerge, who's right? Who's got it right? And see, if you're immediately going to go, I got it right, you're the first person that's got it wrong. Everybody's right. Every single person is right. Just consider that notion. Just consider that. And see how much it'll change your life when you realize everybody's right. Even the people that you look at and say, no, they're dead wrong, they think they're right. So the people that you're saying are wrong, they obviously think they're right. And you see, when you go head to head with these people to try to debate it out, you're causing an explosion. You're causing energy to be released. You're essentially causing a little mini Big Bang. You're causing a tower moment. Every time you argue and debate, bam, 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 you're causing an explosion. You're giving off energy. You're feeding this reality. And it's harvesting your energy. So when you stop doing that, when you can realize, hey, wait a minute. First and foremost, arguing and debating is a waste of time, in my opinion. It's a low frequency activity. Trying to be right is a low frequency activity, and we're all guilty of it, myself included. It's a burden in life, trying to be right all the time. When you can eliminate that from your life and you can start to live a life of neutrality, neutral, you'll be in your heart space and you'll realize that love is allowing. Big shout out to Jordan and Waters Above. Love is allowing. What does love is allowing mean? You go do you. You go do you and I'm going to do me. Let's not bicker, fight, and argue. What's the point? That's your ego. That's your desire trying to be right. And to eliminate anything outside of you that doesn't agree with you. Because you can't be wrong. I know. I know you got it all figured out. You do. I know you have it all figured out. Everybody else is wrong. The little voice in your head is going to be screaming that I'm a moron. I don't know what I'm talking about. There are people out there that are dead wrong. And if you're the person out there that's saying, oh, that's them, it's they, and you're doing the blame game, I would really encourage you to really evaluate your life again. Reevaluate your life and where you're going. Because if you're still pointing, you're literally blaming the Creator. Because the Creator owns this whole thing. Do you like getting blamed for stuff? Do you like getting accused of things when you're not even doing them? You don't like getting accused of stuff. Every time you start accusing anything that's going on in this life, you're deflecting. You're accusing the Creator of this reality because it owns everything. The good, the bad, and the ugly. It owns it all. So essentially you're blaming that, the Creator. Instead of taking responsibility for your life, focusing on the strengths of who you are and not really, love is allowing and not pushing your truths on anybody else. So the big thing is are you a complainer or are you a creator? That's the question you should probably ask yourself. Do I do a lot of complaining or do I do more creating? Just go do you. That's it. That's all you have to do is just go do you. Be the best little devil you can be. And I say devil because that's what you are. You're a sinner. It's for fun, folks. I'm not saying you hold a pitchfork and you got horns and you got a tail. These funny concepts that we use. Some of you get offended by that, but then you go and you dress your kids up in Halloween in costumes, but then it's like you're just a hypocrite. Let's just call it like it is. The 51 Project says if you look at the Hindu god of beginnings, Ganesha, the elephant, and compare the elephant to the bottom view of the human brain, you will see they are the same image. You know, it's fascinating because I have a subscription to ChatGPT, the artificial intelligence platform, and on there is what's called DALL-E, which you can create images from, which I've been using a hell of a lot, and it's fast. It's amazing. It comes up with amazing images. So just a couple of days ago, I wrote on there, create what you think God looks like in animal form. I asked artificial intelligence to do that. You know what image it came up with? An elephant. An elephant. L is God. That's what it created. When I just threw it out, hey, create God as an animal, created an elephant. A funky looking one, but it was an elephant. So Keto Alpha Tango says he puts the sun there equals Jesus. That's a guarantee. No debating it. The Son of God. The sun that comes out every day. You know, when you do, see this, again, this is the code behind the interpretation. Many interpretations, many code. But then you start to formula and bring it all together, and it's like baking a cake, right? You bake all these ingredients. Well, when you decode and you use these methodologies, letters, numbers, and symbols are what creates the final product that we say, oh, that's a deck of cards, or oh, that's a tin can, or oh, that's a cell phone. You know, behind this is equations, formulas, numbers, letters, symbols. Behind like right now you're on YouTube, and YouTube has software for me to speak into this microphone, look into this camera, have it end up compressing down over I'm in Colombia, wherever you're at in the world, and it's live right now with probably no lag, instantly. And behind the final product that you see as me are letters, numbers, and symbols. If you're somebody who's a coder, an HTML coder, letters, numbers, and symbols, brackets, greater than, less than symbols, colons, semicolons, letters, numbers, and symbols. That's what creates the final product of a web page. If you go to visit a website, behind the website are letters, numbers, and symbols. What do you think is behind our reality? Behind everything, letters, numbers, and symbols. So when you decode beyond the final expression of whatever it is that you say is the authoritative aspect in your life, there's a code behind that. And when you start to study that code, a truth emerges. It starts to tell you. It starts to tell you how this whole thing works. And so the sun, when you go and break it down through the science of numbers, numerology, you know, Helios in the Greek mythology, which is the sun, is the same numerology output as Jesus. Same numerology output, 24. Jesus is the Greek translation of Jesus. Now, I'm not even going to get into Yeshua and the Old Testament, because I don't really think that Yeshua is Jesus in the Old Testament. That's Joshua. And that dude didn't perform any miracles, didn't heal any leprosy. He didn't do any of that stuff. So in my opinion, Jesus was a character created from the New Testament. And the numerology is Jesus. I-E-S-O-U-S. Greek. Roman Greek. And that equals 24. There are 24 hours in a day. What creates the 24 hours a day? Light does. When the sun goes away and it goes down, it becomes dark. 24 hours of that. 24, 24, 24. And it's tied right to the sun. Okay? In numerology, in Latin, Jesus and the sun are a match. It's a match. So what walks on water? The sun. The rays of the sun, the light of the sun walks on water, as does the moon. Can't leave that out, because the moon and the sun are the bride and the groom. I got them pegged as the bride and the groom of the canopy. Morning Light's asking about thallium. Well, if you go watch I'll make it really easy on you. If you want to get a full rendition of how thallium correlates into the source code, the code behind the final product, go watch my Cannabis Decoded, even if you're not someone who consumes cannabis. Because thallium comes from a Greek goddess, and that is tied right to cannabis. And and thallium is the 81st element, and tree of knowledge is 81. Now, if you add on good and evil, that's going to change it. But tree of knowledge is 81. Tree of life is 80. And this is original Hebrew now. Again, this is the code that people are not really paying attention to. They're just saying, oh, it's the tree of life. Okay, great. But that has a numerical expression to it. Tree of life is the number 80. Tree of knowledge is 81. What's 80 and 81? 161. What is 161? The golden ratio, 1.61. The patterns of nature. "48 is the number of looking for love. Morning light. Go watch my Tree of Life Decoded. Tree of Life Decoded. I'll give you everything you need to know about 48. 48 in the tarot is one of the Jesus cards. Okay? Let me pull it up. Right here. The 48th card in the tarot is this guy right here. The Knight of Cups, card 48. This card means looking for love. Now, you want a big humdinger? The source code now, right? Beyond the final product of saying, oh, it's looking for love. This is card 48. Adam and Eve, in the original Hebrew numerology of where they originally came from in Judaism, in the Torah, using the numbers 1 through 22 to match Aleph to Tal, the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, Adam is 18 and Eve is 19. When you go 19 digits into the string of the golden ratio, which is tied to the tree of life and tree of knowledge, when you go 19 digits in to end where Adam ends and Eve ends, the two digits that represent the 18th and 19th digit, 48. It's 48. So it's written in the so is this saying that, oh, well, that means Adam and Eve really existed? No. It means that they're written into the code of the story. That's what it means. Because logically, folks, how do you get all these different races from two people? Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. All these different cultures, doesn't make any sense. Lucky says the number I can't stop seeing is 66. Well, 66, every single number has a liability and an asset to it. Everything in this reality has a liability and an asset to it. Okay? So let me digress. Most of you have cars, right? The car you drive is a liability because you have to insure it. If somebody hits it, if you have to put an insurance claim into it, if you get a flat tire, if the engine blows up, if it gets into an accident, whatever, it depreciates. When you drive that car every day, it depreciates. That makes it a liability. But on the flip side, it's an asset. Gets you to work, gets you to your grocery store, gets you from point A to point B. It's your transportation. So it's an asset, right? Your car. Your house is the same thing. Well, numbers have the same exact expression. Numbers have an asset to it and a liability. So yes, the number 66 can be a liability, the evil side, but then it can be an asset. The number 6 is a pregnant woman. So as a fan of numerology, the symbol of the number 6 is the cosmic mother. It's the pregnant woman. This is why in astrology, it's Virgo. Virgo is the 6th zodiac sign. And everybody has Virgo in them. All of you here are all 12 signs. Every single one of you have all 12 houses. You are all 12 signs. You may be a dominant sun somewhere, but you are all 12 signs. So 6 is a very, very big number. It means the Virgin Mary, because Virgo is the largest constellation in the night sky, by the way. The largest constellation is Virgo. And Virgo is the Virgin, and this is where you're going to get the Immaculate Conception. Across the way from Virgo is Pisces. Pisces is the 12th sign, the hangman, and the 2 fish. Jesus was a fisher of men. The story of the Christ, Virgo and Pisces. It's very simple. In alchemy, the 6th element is carbon, the 666 element, making us the devil. Carbon. 6 is the first perfect number. So 66 is a magnification of the 6. It's straight up from an asset-based, it's a cosmic mother, cosmic father energy. Care, compassion, love. But the liability of it, of course, it can be just the opposite of that. You just flip it. Smile is asking about the meaning of 1101 and is that 111 or 1111? I can't. Well, there's a lot of meanings to these numbers. So as a decoder, what I normally do is I go to numberempire.com. Let me show you. I go to this website right here called numberempire.com. And if you type in the number 6, okay, what you'll see is that the binary number, which are very important numbers, is that 110. Right? 110. I can't remember what the, is it 9? No. Maybe it's 11. Well, there's the 11. So the binary number for your 1011 is the number 11. 11 is sodium, and 11 is tied to the prison that you're in. No, maybe it's 13. 14. It's going to be 15. There you go. So if those of you that see this number a lot, 1111. Oh boy, is this a big one. See, this is the code that a lot of people do not pay attention to. Oh, I see 1111. What does it mean? And then it's an angelic number, and you get a lot of people regurgitating things. A lot of professional regurgitators out there on the world stage. Right? But this is what it's tied to. The number 15 is tied to the 1111 binary. It's the 5th triangular number. It's the 3 hexagonal number. That's the 53. That's tied to the I am. Then you get the sine and cosine wave. All these numbers right here is what you got to pay attention to if you want to learn. You know, the square root's 225. What does that mean? If you know what that means. But the big humdinger is this. Right here. 15. Because the 15th card in the tarot is the devil. Uh-oh. So the 1111, somehow, some way, through the mathematical formulas and the source code playing out, is tied to the devil. That people freak out about. The 1111 is tied right to it. And on top of that, 47 is the 15th prime number. And this word right here Scripted reality is 47. So 47 is scripted reality. 47 is the 15th prime number. And 15 is the 1111 through the binary number. Okay? I'm looking at your comments. Even 11:11. Even the 11:11 day on the Gregorian calendar, even the 11:11, November 11th is the 9 of clubs. Okay? The 9 of clubs is the 9 of wands. This one, right here. This is the wounded warrior. This is card 31. Okay? This is, but by the way, Christianity equals 31. This is the card of Christianity right here. This is the card of being recycled back into the game over and 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 over. So if you're somebody who has this as your birth card, well, rejoice, because you're defaulted with a high degree of intelligence, because you've been here a long time. The 9 is the sine wave. This is any 9s. The sine wave, the sin wave, the wave that up and down, the wave, the sine wave. Okay, which 9 equals 16. The sine wave. Are we all, I am Kairos, are we all clones? Maybe. I mean, what's the true definition of being a clone? Right? Clone is 23, blood is 23. So were we just made in the laboratory from the very origin of all things? Maybe. I mean, my parents humped and I was born, so am I a clone? Well, I was natural childbirth, right? As probably everyone here. Debbie, I couldn't answer your question for you. Those of you, I'm going to answer this for everybody, because I know a lot of you, this is like a big, big question I get from it's countless people. I'm seeing these numbers. What does it mean? It's hard to tell without looking at your entire life, without decoding your entire life and looking at what's going on in your life, in your code, in your reality. Unless I were to look at that, and then I may still not even be able to know what it means for you. I just don't know. It's so hard. And anybody that tells you, in my opinion, anybody that tells you, oh yeah, it means this, you should go look it up. That's what it means to them. But I'm giving you a fair answer here. I'm giving you a very transparent, authentic answer. If you're seeing like 642, we could look the number up. And it may have some meaning for you. But I just don't know. I just don't know what it means for you. And that's me being honest. All right, so I'm gonna share something with all of you, which I share with my Patreon community. I shared it with actually the public, I believe. Yeah. So, it's really interesting because when you start to study the calendars, the Gregorian calendar, when it came out in the 1500s, and then before that was the Julius Caesar, the Julian calendar. And then before that was, according to the history, the Egyptian, the Coptic calendar. These are all layers of the onion. And you know, before the Julian calendar, March was the first month, not January. That doesn't mean, and this is my opinion, that doesn't mean that the Gregorian calendar is bullshit. Because you were born under it. All your paperwork was filed under the Gregorian calendar. Your birth certificate filed under the Gregorian calendar. The day you were born filed under the guise of the Gregorian calendar. So it doesn't mean it's bullshit. But when you study these alternate calendars, the calendars that came before the Gregorian calendar, it starts to open up a whole different world. So, before the Julian calendar, March was the first month, which has a lot of merit because in the Tropic of Cancer, which is the northern hemispheres, March 21st is the equinox, the spring equinox. This is where you're going to get Easter. This is where you're going to get the Passover. This is where you're going to get the resurrection. All sun worship, referencing Jesus. So when you take March as the first month, that means that every one of you that has a life path that you've been calculating, there's an alternate way to do this. That means that if you're born on March, it's not 3 and then whatever your birthday is, it's 1. That means that February is the 12th month. February is the 12th month, March is the 1st month. That means that January is the 10th month. That means December is the 9th month. Or 10th month. It's 2 years, 2 months back. Everything goes back 2. I'm trying to do this in my head. So take your birthday, whatever month you were born in, and subtract 2 from it. And you'll get an alternate life path. And I got to tell you, I mean, it had a lot of merit in my life. A lot. Let me take you on this journey and show you what I'm talking about. Let me open this up. Hold on. Hang on a sec. Okay. So when you take your birthday, let's say you were born on March. We normally do 3, okay? But I'm going to suggest that you consider going to number 1. So March is 1. April is 2. May is 3. June is 4. July is 5. August is 6. Okay, and so on and so forth. That means like my month is 12. All right? February is 12, and then you add the 4, and then you add the, hold on, why is that not doing that? 12 plus 4 plus 19 plus 73. And that's going to give me 108, which is tied right to your on television. But this is going to be a number 9. Okay, this moves me to a 9 life path. In the Gregorian, February being the second month, I become an 8 life path, which has merit to it. But the 9 for me is the Hermit. And it makes, honestly, it makes more sense of being a 9 life path and doing it this way than doing it using the Gregorian calendar. So you may want to give it a shot and see what it comes out for you. Now, I also want to tell you that, and maybe some of you know this, but in the Egyptian calendar, guess what the new year is? September 11th. According to the stuff I've researched, September 11th is the new year for the Egyptian calendar. Keep in mind the latitude, longitude of where the Great Pyramid sits and the equator. You know, when the sun passes over the equator and it moves to the Tropic of Cancer or moves to the Tropic of Capricorn, you're going to get the equinoxes. You're going to get the spring equinox in the Tropic of Cancer at around March 21st. The month of March, which can be number 1. But in the Tropic of Capricorn, it will be the fall time. It will be the vernal equinox. So March 21st in the Tropic of Capricorn, if you're in Australia or New Zealand or down in those areas, it would be your fall time. It's the flip of the Tropic of Cancer. So when we celebrate New Year's, typically, like the normal person celebrates New Year's coming up, right? On January 1st. But it's summertime in the Tropic of Capricorn. If you're down in Melbourne or Sydney or you're in Auckland, it's summertime, man. You're taking your clothes off. You're getting crazy. You're partying. And it's freezing cold in the North Americas. But if you start to look at the New Year and you start to look at the equator, that is the 0 point meridian line, which is just below a part of Africa. The 0 point. The sun, when the sun crosses over that equator, or when it's right at that 0 point, that's when everybody gets a fair share of light and darkness, which is a game changer when you start to look at these numbers through the New Year's. Which is why in the Egyptian calendar, Virgo, September was the new year. September 11th, which is the King of Wands, card 36, tied to the operating system. This is tied right to the word source. The word source equals 26. The King of Clubs, which is the King of Wands, this is the 26. The word occult equals 26, tied to the King of Wands, tied to source. The opposite of 26 is 62, 26 is 8, 62 is 8, that's 88. It's tied to this is tied to the dreamer. God having a dream. But these calendar markers are a game changer when you start to look at them in a different light, in a different way. Instead of just the typical, oh, it's January 1st. You can convert your birthday into the Egyptian calendar. It's really fascinating when you do that. And you may have some merit in your life that completely is a game changer for you. So take it into consideration. Christine, what's going on? Yeah, when you add up your life path, there are many ways to do it, right? But the easiest way is to take all the digits of your life, of your month, day, and year, and break them down into single digits and add them up. So if you're born in 1973 like me, 1 plus 9 plus 7 plus 3 is going to give you a double digit, and you reduce that down to a single digit. Then you add your month and a day until you reduce all the way down to a single digit. That's going to be your life path. That's your soul contract through the lens of numerology. And if you push it back 2 months, I mean, for me, it was a game changer. Game changer. Like massive game changer for me. Lorraine Edwards says, isn't September 11th Jesus' real birthday? It's a concept. It can be. It could be. But it also, if you decode it, when you decode December 25th has a lot of merit to it on being the Christ birthday. So it just depends on how you observe it and how you interpret it. Oh, thanks for telling me that, Lena. Hold on, let me just see if I can... Oh, I know why. Okay. Hold on, guys. I don't know why. Hang on. Let's see if that changes it. Yeah, okay. Let me do this again for you. Okay. Let me do this life path again so now you guys and gals can see it because I didn't have it right. Thank you for bringing that out, Lena. So in order to do your life path, it's really simple. Okay? If you were born in the month of March, you typically do 3. The month is 3. But if you go prior to the Julian calendar, which is before the Gregorian calendar, you'd get to the Coptic calendar. The Egyptian calendar, it's going to be the month of March is going to be the number 1, which again coincides with the spring equinox in the Tropic of Cancer. Now, I had postulated this for those of you that live in the Tropic of Capricorn, New Zealand, Australia. Your March is going to be flipped. Your March would actually be 7. It's going to be flipped. Because your new year cannot be in the winter time or the fall time. It would be in the springtime. Everybody's new year typically is going to be in the springtime. So if you're born in the Tropic of Cancer, March is going to be the 3rd month. And if you're, let's say, born on the 5th, you take the number 5 and you're going to get 8. And let's say you're born in 1973 like me. You're going to take 19. You're going to get a total. And then you're going to take the 73. And you're going to get a total of 100. And that 100, you just eliminate those zeros. And you are now a 1 life path. Whereas if you do March as the 1st month, being born on the 5th, being born in 1973. Whoops. 1 plus 5, 12. Why is it that? 1 plus 5 equals 6 plus 19 plus 73 is going to give you 98. So now and 9 plus 8 is 17 and 1 plus 7 is 8. So now you're an 8 life path. You become an 8 life path instead of a number 1 life path. So these are things to take into consideration as a decoder and as somebody who wants to observe as many layers of the code as you can. And again, I mean, mine became a 9 life path, which is the Hermit. And that, I mean, it totally describes me. And beyond that, it's huge in my life. Huge. And I got confirmation after confirmation with this methodology, doing it this way. Okay? If you're a life path number 11, it's 1 plus 1 equals 2. You become a 2 life path. If you end up becoming 22, 2 plus 2 is 4. You're a 4 life path. If you end at a 33, 3 plus 3 is 6. You're a 6 life path. I know that some of you are going to say, "Oh, I'm a master life path 11, 22, or 33." That's fine, but it will always reduce down to the single digits. You know, back in the day, a long time ago, I was saying to the audience, you don't reduce down, because at that time, my knowledge was that you don't reduce master numbers down. But as I now continue on through numerology, I realize that every digit can reduce down to a single digit. Okay? So 11 is 2, 22 is 4, 33 is 6. Okay? Kilo Alpha Tango. I'm a 4 life path from, yeah, if your final digit is 13, if your final digit is 23, it's a 5, 2 plus 3. If your final digit is a 13, 1 plus 3 is 4. You're going to be a 4 life path. If your final digit is 28, you're going to be 2 plus 8 is 10, and you drop the 0 and you're a 1. If your life path is a 36, 3 plus 6 is 9. Okay? Michael Q. Shava, 11 would be 2, yes. If you're an 11 life path, you're going to reduce down to the number 2. Okay. Oh, you guys are, so Ryan says I need a donate button. Margaret says, yeah, I don't use the YouTube thing here. You know, just go become a member of the Patreon. Just go for 1 month. You can probably watch all the videos that I have there in 1 month. You can donate there. At least you'll get something out of it, right? So that's why I have that there. Something to look forward to, something to get you encouraged about. A lot of big stuff going on over there. Okay, so let me take you guys all on a journey. Hang on. Okay. All right. So those of you that want to learn a little numerology, okay, this is going to be for you. All right. Now, what we normally do as human beings is we have our first name. This is my birth certificate name. And then we have our middle names. That's my middle name. And then we have our last names. Okay? This is my birth certificate name. which is going to reduce down to a number 1. But the big game changer, the huge, 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 did I say huge? The big game changer is when you take your mother's maiden name. So there's my mother's maiden name, and this is what I have. I am a number 80. Okay? And then you got to know what the number 80 means. But that's how big adding your mother's last name onto your birth certificate name is. Because, you see, my parents gave me this, but this is my parents humping and creating me. This is my father's last name, Pi, which is why I use Pi, and here's my mother's maiden name. Which, you know, I showed this already before. My last Piet is 27, which becomes my life path when I push back February to the month of 12. And then my mother is the 16, which is the same as this. Same thing, heaven and hell, which is why I show how this reality works. It is a dualistic, that's why this is part of my code, and I'm trying to show all of you that. Whether or not you want to agree, again, that's totally fine. But that is how you do it. Take your full name. This is one way to look at it. Yes, this is important, but it's when you add your mother's maiden name onto the back end is where you're going to find some massive truth to this reality. Massive. Okay? Like if you take Thomas John Ellis, this guy's the guy they casted. When you decode somebody, this guy right here, they casted him to play Lucifer. All right, let me show you how scripted our reality is. Support this. Here's his birth certificate name. He was born on the 322nd day of the year in leap years, number 1. Okay, it's the 171. But his birth certificate name is the 57. Now, where do we go with this? Well, we can go to alchemy. We can go to alchemy, and we can go to the 57, which is Lanthanum, and the Truman Show equals 57. Stairway to Heaven equals 57. There's that 138 with the Phoenix event. So now you have Lucifer being tied to the Phoenix event, being tied to Thomas John Ellis. But then you go to this element right here, nickel, which is called Devil's Copper. You come down to the isotopes, and there's the 57. Now, who is Thomas John Ellis? He's playing Lucifer. He's tied to Old Saint Nick and Devil's Copper. I bet he doesn't even know this. Scripted reality. This guy doesn't have a choice. He doesn't have a choice. But it's when you add on the mother's maiden name. There it is. See? He was the son of Marilyn Jean Hooper. So when you go and add on Hooper, he becomes 91. And 91 is tied to this right here called protactinium, which means the first. And if you click on the icon, there's the serpent. Right there. It's right there. All right? Now, do you think this guy knows this? Doubt it. He was born in Cardiff. Okay? Cardiff. And look at the flag. Look at what the flag of Cardiff is. Yeah, okay, sure. We're not living in a predestined scripted reality, though. Come on. Really? So whoever casted this guy to play, do you think they're going to all these layers to figure it out? That's what you do, though. That's how you decode. How you see the code behind the code to support that you live in a predestined reality. You don't have a choice in the matter. You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. That's my final answer. It's not just with him. I've decoded hundreds, if not thousands of people. And the patterns are the same as that. Judas in the Bible didn't have a choice. Thomas John Ellis doesn't have a choice. I don't have a choice. I'm doing my mission. I'm doing my job. I can show and support that in my astrological map. I can show it and support it in my numerology. I can show and support it in my cards of illumination. I can show and support it in my tarot. I can show and support it in my human design. Pick one. I'll show it to you. I don't have a choice. I'm being used as a human being, as an instrument, to do this research, to do this stuff, to show you how you operate in this reality. You got to do the work, though. Do I decode symbols? Yeah, numbers are symbols. Letters are symbols. Well, let me take you on another journey. Hold on. Let me take you on another journey. Show you another one. See if I can find this. Okay. All right, here we do. We're gonna do it live now, right? Okay. This symbol right here. Actually, let me get my cursor. Hold on, so you guys can see my cursor. Okay. This right here is probably the most worn, used, talked about, proclaimed, prophesied, prayed upon, yada, yada, yada. This symbol right here. Billions of people. Okay? And what do you see here symbolically? We see the letter T, but we also see the letter Y. Jesus becomes the letter Y. And Y is the chromosome that determines the sex. Okay? So we have the T and we have the Y. Okay? So now what we want to do is we want to go to numerology. We want to use the English. Let me get rid of the Chaldean. Hold on. So we can see. And we have the letter T, which is the 20th letter. And we have the letter Y. And that makes up the cross. That makes this up right here. Symbolically, it's T and Y. Okay? That's what it equals. And it's 45. Okay? 45. And 45 is the same thing that is this. Fallen angels. 45. Pandora's box. 45. What happens when you take a cross and you fold the cross up? What do you get when you take a cross and you fold it up? You get the cube. It's not going to let me find it now. If you take a cross and you take all the edges and you put it up there, you're going to get a cube. Okay? You're going to get Pandora's box. Box is time. Okay? Because box is time. All right? So the T and the Y end up becoming Pandora's box, which talks about the fallen angels. Okay? 45. And 97 is the 45th prime number. Or 197. 197 is the 45th prime number. So the cross, this shape right here, leads to, symbolically and mathematically in the formulas, 197 is one. And what is 197 on a periodic table? It's gold. This is going to be isotope 197. It's the sun. And now you have lead to gold. Lead to gold, ladies and gentlemen. Pandora's box. In the tarot, It's this, the Nine of Cups. Wishes being fulfilled. Ultimate wishes being fulfilled. The Nine of Hearts, the Nine of Cups. This is tied to the cross that people wear around their neck. Tied to the rosary beads. This right here is the rosary beads. Catholic rosary beads have 59 beads. This is the nightmare. So if you're somebody who wants to believe in that story, I would highly suggest you go do research on where it came from. The New Testament, where it came from. Because most people don't have a clue of the origins of where it came from. Zero clue. They just are a professional regurgitator. Someone's asking about, do the first letters of one's initials have significance? Yes. Those are called the cornerstones of your name, like the rudders of the ship. So the first, middle, and last name, and your mother's maiden name, those four, those are going to have a different layer of decoding for you. All right? So yes. Jonathan Jimenez says, have you decoded the image of Jesus in the Last Supper? Yes, I have. Go watch my Beast Decoded. The Last Supper is the beast. The great beast of Babylon is the Last Supper. It's the beast above. The Stargate, the constellations, the zodiac sign, even though I'm a fan of astrology, right? I'm a practitioner of astrology. It's the great beast. It's the energy harvester. There's nothing you can do about it. The only thing you can do about it as a human being is stop reacting to things that happen in your life. That's the only thing that I can offer all of you as a solution to some of your issues in your life. Stop being a reactor. When somebody comes in, oh, they pushed my buttons. No, they didn't do anything. You reacted to it. Stop blaming those people. That lets you off the hook. You don't have to be responsible. Oh, it's their fault. Oh, you made me. When somebody says, you made me feel a certain way, they're full of shit. No one can make you feel any way. You got to do it to yourself. Stop saying that about people. They're not doing anything to you. You're reacting to them. When you get good at this game, you'll be non-reactive to the things that come your way. And maybe, just maybe, have a leveling up DNA activation upgrade. I say maybe because I can't prove it. But a lot of you are really good and habitually active in reacting to people that come your way. I caught myself, I was going, you want to talk about programming and habitual programming that I hadn't used in a while? When I went to San Diego a few months ago to do Jason from Archaic's event, the Aaron event in San Diego, I flew into Los Angeles. And I decided I was going to drive down because the flights from Mexico to San Diego were a hell of a lot longer, 2 stops. I didn't want to do that. So I flew into LA direct flight. And I had some friends there. So I flew into LA and I drove down. And I was like, oh, I'll just leave on Thursday because I had to be there by Friday. I'll just leave at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon and I won't hit any traffic. Well, Little did I know. I mean, I've lived in LA for so long, and I know there's pockets of traffic that you can avoid. The only time there's pockets in Los Angeles now is late at night. But anyway, I left at 1:30. I didn't get there till like 5:30 or 6 o'clock. Like 4.5 hours it took me to get to San Diego, which is normally only a 2-hour drive. And the reason why I'm telling you the story is because I was reminded in the car as I'm driving and I'm in traffic bumper to bumper for hours, my patience started to, as they say, wear thin. I started to notice myself get irritated. I started to notice myself get angry. When you catch yourself, that's a win. So I consciously caught myself and I just kind of started to laugh and I'm like, oh, there was a program, a part of my habitual programming that I hadn't used in a long time because I hadn't driven. I was in Mexico for a while. You know, when I went back to the US, I normally don't drive. So I had to drive, and not only did I drive, I had to drive over 100 miles. And I went right back to my programming, picked up right where I left off, of irritability, angry, lower frequency crap. And I caught myself. So what did I do on the way back? Of course, strategically, I'm like, well, and this may be where you use the free will. I said, I'm going to leave late at night. And that's what I did. I left on Sunday at like 10:30 at night, and it took me 2 hours to get back, no traffic. That's strategically being mindful of your conscious endeavors in your life. For a lot of you here, you're in the programming of habitually doing things. You react to certain people over and over like clockwork. You do things habitually. That's a prison of yours. Habit is for everybody. Habits are prisons. So when you get really good at this reality, knowing that the constellations is an energy harvester, when it starts to feed you certain things in your life, you don't react to it. You just be like, whatever. You become like, meh. And that's a tall order. Because people come at you, they get in your face, they get angry at you, and you might react to them. So it's a tall order. It's not easy. It can be tough. But just like anything else, practice makes perfect. Okay? So Moonbug says, so we have some politics here. He says, or she says, I don't know if it's a male or female, so Trump winning in 2024 should be no problem. Well, why would it matter? I don't know how to gauge your message here. Is there any emotion from you? Like, do you want him to win? See, if you want a person to win the presidency, and this is my opinion, and I'm not being an ass, you haven't leveled up yet. I don't know if that's what your statement was, so I'm just assuming here, and I could be way off here. So I apologize in advance because I'm not here to offend you. Politics are scripted, and man's not in control of it. So it doesn't matter who wins, and there isn't any winner. There is a selection process. So if they slide that dude into office in 2024, it was because the supernatural slid him into that position, not man. And I have an enormous amount of research to support that opinion. I'm not going to say prove. I have more evidence to support that you live in a predestined reality than you don't. So for me, it doesn't matter who. I don't even pay attention to the mainstream. I'm not even interested in it. It's boring. I don't get to be a star in that movie, and neither do you. Unless you get invited by some high-level political advisor, or unless you get invited to have dinner and you're hanging out and you're going on boating events and you're hanging out on the weekends or you're spending holiday time with them or something. Unless you're there, that's different. But if you've never met these people, why would you ever want to give it any of your energy when it's all scripted anyway? So I don't talk about it anymore. It's not part of my reality. I don't care about it. That's me though, right? I'm a nihilist. So, and I know everything's scripted. Once you have accepted that as your, remember we were talking about foundations. My foundation is we live in a predestined reality. It's already scripted. It's already written. The whole events have already been done. It's already been determined. So once you have that as a foundation, it's a big game changer. Because then you will really, maybe through free will, and you can't prove that anyway. Maybe you were supposed to find that through the foundation of your predestined script. You were supposed to find out that you live in a predestined reality. You were supposed to find out that your life is scripted. These are already written for you. And even if you don't accept them, like you get presented these ideas and you don't accept them, maybe even that was written for you. You're like, nah, it's not for me. Well, that was part of your script then. Okay, thanks, Moonbug. Yeah, so I'm glad you don't care. But somebody maybe needed to hear that message. One of you may have needed to hear that message. What do I think is outside of this realm? I couldn't even tell you. I just don't know. All I know is this realm is my home. And I have to live here. I have to survive here. So I decode this realm. Even if I have a vision, it's a vision. Right? It's a vision. I can decode the vision with dates, the time that the vision happens, how long the vision happened. But we are in this reality here, and that's all we know. If something's outside of here and we get to go outside of there, then I guess time will tell if that was in the script. I'm taking a look at your comments. So Flipmode 007 is asking me to speak on neutrality. Neutrality means the middle path. In theology, in the most popular spell book, you have a scripture in Revelation, the last book, the 66th book, Revelation 3 verses 16, where God said, because you are lukewarm, I will spit you out of thy mouth. I will spit you out of the game if you're not hot or cold. That's what it says. And the interpretation and the decode behind, not just me regurgitating or giving my interpretation. I'm talking about doing the numerology of the scripture. I'm talking about breaking down Revelation 3 verses 16 from a number, from a perspective of decoding. I'm not talking about just saying, oh, I think it means this. This is kind of where I got the neutrality from, right? And that scripture is on the basis of Isaiah 45 verses 7, where God says, I form peace and evil. I make the yin yang. So you take the context of that scripture, Isaiah 45 verses 7, I make peace and evil, I make light and dark, I the Lord do all these things. And then you go to Revelation 3 verses 16, and God says, because you're not hot or cold, because you are not light or dark, because you are not peace or calamity, because you are not good or evil, because you are lukewarm, I will spit you out of thy mouth. That's the only thing that makes sense to me, logically, and the numbers back it up of what I'm saying here. Okay? Even the 316. I want to just tell you this. Let me just show you. Let me just take you on this journey. Right here. See, you are not hot or cold. Okay? Because you are lukewarm. And then you take the whole Isaiah 45 verses 7. Oh, my keyboard is not. Hold on. And it's the same thing. Light and dark. Peace and evil. Because you are not hot or cold, peace or evil, light or dark, because you are in between, because you are lukewarm, I will spit you out of my mouth. Now, this is the 66th book of the Bible. This is Revelation 3 verses 16, which is a number anagram. How valuable this is of this element right here. The 66th element, dysprosium. This is isotope 163. See the 163 there, folks? It's right here. There it is. 163. Okay? 163 is a permutation of the 316. This is the 66th book in the Bible. This is the 66th element. It means hard to get. Yeah, the knowledge is hard to get. I will spit you out of my mouth. You become lukewarm. Lukewarm is neutral. What does that mean? First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, you got to realize that the God of this world, the God that's running this world, the demiurge that runs this world, whatever created this world, is the good, the bad, and the ugly. It owns it all. That is why blaming is the worst thing you can do. Because essentially you're pointing the finger at the Creator and blaming the Creator for all the hardships that you have, or blaming the Creator for it's this organization when that organization's being ruled by the same thing that created you. Now, if you want support on what I'm saying here, just study your body. Inside your body, you have an immune system. I've talked about this so many times. Those of you that are new, try to pay attention to this. You have an immune system inside your body. You have white blood cells. The killer cells. And these attack foreign invaders that come into your body that try to take you out. Pathogens, bacteria, parasites, try to take you out. The immune system comes in, and it's to neutralize or to kill off these invaders. Well, the question is, what created the viruses, pathogens, bacteria? What created that? Are you going to really sit here and say the devil created those? Because then I would postulate the question, what would the purpose of creating the immune system for be then? Why would God create an immune system? It has a job to do. Don't even, then if you're not going to have pathogens and bacteria and viruses invade the body, then you never would have created an immune system. There would be no job for the immune system. So the body tells you that the peace and calamity is inside of you. And it's always going on. And outside of you, it's always going on. Superhero, villain, peace, calamity. It's always going on. Always. What you're not going to be told is that whatever created this reality owns it all. It owns it all. So when you live a life of neutrality, when you become lukewarm, you start to see how beautiful this reality is. You start to live a life of gratitude for everything around you. You stop blaming. You take the essence off of the Creator, and you realize that the good, the bad, and the ugly is all part of the same process. It's a Ponzi scheme. And that means that you don't pay attention to any of the news, the mainstream. That stuff is boring. It's boring when you know it's already predestined, number one. It's already scripted, number one. Number two, those people that are in those positions of the bad people, they were put into those positions on purpose. They didn't have a choice. Just like the immune system doesn't have a job unless it has foreign invaders, bacteria, viruses to come into the body. It would not have a job to do. So in order for the good guys in this reality to have a job, you need the bad guys. But the truth is, ladies and gentlemen, my final answer is the supernatural that created this reality owns it all. It owns the good, the bad, and the ugly. So living a life of neutrality is living from your heart space. Doing what you love to do. Following your heart. Following what you love to do. And not forcing your ideals upon anybody else. Not blaming anybody else. Not blaming organizations. Not blaming people. Live and let live. Love is allowing. What does your unconditional love look like? Neutrality is unconditional love. That is why everything happens in this reality. That's why everything's allowed to happen in this reality. Go start to study nature, folks. Go study the praying mantis as it sits there and it eats off the head of its mate after they copulate. Go study the ladybug eating the aphids alive off of a rose bush. Go watch the grizzly bear grab the salmon and eat it alive. That's nature. That's our reality. It's the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it's all perfectly balanced in an ecosystem. So neutrality means that you can see that the yin yang runs this reality, but you're like, I don't want to, like some of you don't want to play anymore. But you got to make peace with this reality. You got to make lemonade out of it, and you got to be grateful for your life. That is one of the requisites I feel that we need to do in this reality. You got to be grateful for your life. Some of you don't want to be here anymore and you hate your life and you hate everything around you. I mean, that's no way to win the game if there is such a thing. If there is such a thing. And I know some of you say, well, if it's predestined, then there's no winning. Correct. Whatever it is that you're going to end up, it was already written for you to end up there. Time will tell where you're going to end up. But maybe these messages, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, maybe you needed to hear this message. Maybe it was part of your screenplay to hear this message about stop blaming the organizations. Turn off the television. Tune into your family. Tune into your hobbies. Tune into what you love. Focus on what you want to do. Be the star of your own movie instead of being an extra in theirs. That is neutrality. A lot of you here probably needed to hear that. Do whatever you want to do with it. I'm just a messenger. I'm a tour guide, as Tiffany gave me that title, and she ended up saying, well, God gave it to me. Okay, well, the supernatural. But the tour guide fits. Like, if you saw my code, if I showed you my code, you'd be like, okay, yeah. I can see why you're doing what you're doing. But it's not about me. I don't care. It's not like I could sit here and decode myself till the cows come home and show you my code and what I'm doing here, but it's not about me. It's just, if you resonate with what I say, great. If you don't, great. See, I don't get to be a star in your movie, ladies and gentlemen. Like the tarot summarizes it so beautifully. Right here. See, This is what I strive to be. And so do you. But if you're busy blaming and complaining, a lot of you are big professional complainers about your life. Oh, I got to pay my bills. Instead of being grateful that you have a bill to pay, flip it. But if you can be the star in your movie instead of an extra in somebody else's, that's when you start to level up. And again, maybe you were supposed to hear this so you can make that adjustment, to make that move towards you being that star. Okay? Sundancer asks, what do you do for fun? I'm big on structure in my life. And I've been working out since I was 16. I mean, I'm 50 now. So I have over 30 years of being a gym rat, competed, done all that ego stuff. But it's still a big part of my life, like it's a habit of mine. Staying in shape, prevention. So for me, eating healthy and staying in shape and working out is something that I do for fun. I enjoy it. I enjoy getting out in the sun. I love sunbathing. I love it. Ever since I can remember. I was born on a Sunday. The sun has always been my best friend. As long as I can remember. And it's tied to Jesus. I was born on 2/4. Jesus is 24. Doesn't make me anybody better than anybody else, but it makes me the Christ just like you. So I work out, I sunbathe, but you know what my main thing is? I'm a decoder. I decode. I'm addicted to it. I can honestly, and I've said this before, I'm addicted to it. I love waking up and like if I'm doing, I love giving readings to people because I love seeing people's code, seeing how magnificent they are, and they just didn't see that. Like they kind of knew it, but they just needed that little. And I'm really good at motivating people because when you win, I win. If I affect you, I affect the whole world, a little ripple. And it makes me feel good, right? Because I'm about service to others. I've been this way my whole life. So for me, what do I do for fun? I decode. I make cool stuff, graphics, videos. I create music. I'm a musician. I'm an artist. I'm a creator. So that's what I do. And then, like when I've been in relationships, normally she was the one that would be like, hey, let's go do this or let's go do that. And, me being more of a hermit. My code, my Rahu is in Sagittarius, which is the hermit card. This is why you got to know where you're, and I got to do this decode. Where's your Rahu Ketu axis? My Rahu's in Sagittarius, which is the hermit. Which is, again, it pushes me into the 9 life path, which is why I said, for me, it really resonated with me. But this is my liberation. My Rahu, my north node of the moon, Rahu, which is your desires, is I came here to be a hermit. And oh boy, am I living it. And I'm having the time of my life. I wasn't doing this my whole life. Went in the military, served Desert Storm, been all over the place, tried to be an actor, do this, do that. Like, And then finally I get to this point in my life, and now I'm doing this, and now I'm having the time of my life. Finally got there. That's why I wish everybody could be where their liberation is. But part of the liberation, folks, is the things you got to check off the box. In my opinion, stop blaming. Stop accusing. Stop watching that stuff. Know who you are and why you're here. Figure out your code. Some of you need to do that right now. You need to figure out what makes you tick. If you, Breeze is saying mine is the Emperor. I'm assuming your Rahu's in the 4th house. If you have Rahu in the 4th house, then Ketu is going to be in the 10th house, which kind of says that in your past life or a previous life, you were about business. You were about boss, CEO. You were focused on that. But now when you're focused on Cancer, if your Rahu's in Cancer, it's all about the family this time around. Your life is about family and roots and carrying them and maybe having children. Experiencing what it likes to be a father or a mother. That's why, like, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, I use myself as the example. It doesn't get any more crystal clear. I don't have kids. I travel around. I've been so many different places, countries. Why? Because it's part of, I'm supposed to be the hermit. I'm supposed to study cultures and be in different places. And now I'm here, and I've been the hermit, and now I'm living the hermit, and it feels so natural for me. I finally feel like I'm in the place I'm supposed to be. And I want everybody to have that. Once you find out what your natural fit is, you never work another day in your life, ever. I don't work anymore. People say, what do you do for work? I don't work. What do you mean I don't work? What do you mean? I create. I help people. You know, I'm a humanitarian. That's what I do. I get off on it. I like it. I wake up every day and I can't wait to start my day. I live in a state of gratitude. When I'm making my bed, I'm thanking my bed. I'm thanking my pillow. When I cash out at the grocery store, I'm thanking my bank. I sat in the sun. I got my first Colombian sun yesterday. And I'm sitting in the park. And there's these big ass iguanas walking there. It's great. And I'm sunbathing and I'm in a state of meditation and I'm thanking my entire body. Like I'm talking to all my organs, thanking them for their service, for keeping me alive. When's the last time you did that? Is it dumb? Do I sound crazy? All these things are part of you, components of you. When's the last time you said thanks to them? So I'm sitting there in the sun, my eyes closed, and I'm giving thanks to everything. That's gratitude. That's thanking the Creator for letting you be the instrument to create through. But no, you know what a lot of people do? That them, it's their fault, and I can't believe they're doing this and they're doing that, and they're screwing my life up, and they're da da da. It's like, dude, where's your gratitude, man? I don't resonate with that behavior. I just don't. So I just pass it on to you. I'm not for everybody, right? I'm very extreme. You know, my chart ruler is Uranus at 29 degrees in the 12th house of the Hangman. So I'm very extreme, but my extreme is I want you guys to have your utopia. If that's what you signed up for, if that's what your contract is. But how are you going to know how you operate if you don't study yourself? That takes practice. It takes time. I mean, if you want to become a good mechanic, you got to study the engine. Like if you want to become a car mechanic, how do you get good? Like you have a mechanic probably that you go to. Oh, he's the best or she's the best mechanic. What makes them so good? Oh, they can fix any car. Or maybe they specialize in BMW or they specialize in Toyota. A lot of practice with those cars. So you trust and you send it to that mechanic because they have 20 years of practice on working on just Toyotas. They are the Toyota specialist. Maybe that's what they incarnated for, to be a master mechanic. You know, you study Mozart. I've done the piano decoded. Mozart supposedly was composing at like 4 or 5 or something. But he was destined to be a prodigy in composing in piano. Destiny. You don't think the Creator was inside of him? The Spirit of God was inside Mozart, being able to compose and seeing all those people give him energy? You don't think the Creator was inside Mozart? Come on. The Spirit of God is inside of you. Some of you are too busy blaming, and the Spirit's like, geez, where's the gratitude in your life? All these distractions in our reality. Shut them off. Turn them off. Go create what you want to be. Be a creator instead of a complainer. Some of you need to stop complaining and bitching and moaning and whining about your life and playing the victim. And it's their fault because my life sucks. No, it's not their fault. It's your fault. Do something about it. Stephen, thanks for giving me the wrench. Big shout out to the moderators, Stephen and Pamela. They like how blessed am I? I get Stephen and Pamela, like, I haven't even met them in person. They just fell into my lap and they've been the most amazing moderators. They literally come on here and almost every time I think they may have missed 1 or 2, but they've been on here all the time supporting me. I just show up randomly and there they are, they show up. And they do a great job. How did I get that? Okay, I'm looking at your comments. Well, this is some big-ass lips, Lena Labani. That's a big-ass lip emoji. You know, somebody had asked, like, what's my best match? You get this a lot, right? Maybe you've asked this. Who's my best match? It could be anybody. Once you study all the numbers in the cards, you realize, like, any card, any number can match up with any card or any number. Any zodiac sign can be compatible. You can bet your bottom dollar, a 1 + 1 = 2 fact, that every single zodiac sign has been successful with every single zodiac sign. And the opposite, right? The liability asset axis. Some people they don't match up. Oh, I'm never ever am I going to date a Cancer again. No, never am I going to be with a Capricorn again. Maybe they got burned by that. Maybe they were supposed to, so they'd never end up entertaining that when it comes their way. Scripted reality. I mean, that's how you create a perfected society. With these layers of decoding. Seeing the code. Plugging the code in. I mean, we're moving towards crime prevention. We're moving towards the Minority Report. I mean, like I'm a huge fan of the show called Chicago PD. It's my escape show. Of course, I have a lot of Scorpio energy. Scorpio is police and FBI and private detectives, so I love watching crime and drama. I like studying serial killers. Part of my code. So I watched that show, and I've gotten so many nuggets of, because it's modern show. It's a modern show. And I was just watching it the other day, and they had like the facial recognition. And it's getting so accurate, and it will get more accurate, where you're going to be able to prevent crimes before they happen. That's what we're moving towards. Is that a liability, or is that an asset for the future tech of our reality? It's going to be up to you to make that decision. I mean, if you're somebody who has nothing to hide, you don't do any crime, then you could care less. But that's what we're moving towards. We're moving towards that. Unless this reality has this major shift. Anyway, I got off topic. I was talking about who's my best match. Well, essentially, again, any zodiac sign can match up with your energy. Yes, you do have the 7th house, which is marriage and partnerships, classically. The sign of Libra, the scales of Jupiter, which will balance you out. You're going to focus on that. Whatever's in your 7th house of astrology, it's probably what you're going to look for in somebody. The qualities of that person. You're going to look for that. It's the opposite of the 1st house, which is your ego. So what balances your ego out? The 7th house of Libra, which is going to be ruled by Venus, which is going to be marriage and partnerships. But then you got to look and see who's in your 7th house. Maybe it's not. Maybe Libra is not in the 7th house. Maybe it's in the 3rd house. And the 3rd house ruler is Gemini and Mercury. So you got to look where your Mercury's at. So essentially, because you're all 12 signs, you can match up with anybody. So because I am a foundational person, my foundation is we live in a predestined reality. My final answer to all of you is there are no such thing as mistakes. These are silly adjectives that we use as human beings, and we're in the habit of using them. There are no mistakes. There is just things that happen to you. There's no right or wrong. There is just something happening. We end up adding the adjective on to make that thing happen. Oh, that was wrong to do. Oh, I wish I didn't do that. I wish I wouldn't have done that. Yeah, but what did it teach you? Bliss and harmony, those are not good teachers. The things that really sting you and hurt you and knock you down, those are the ones that really teach you. If they're just things that happen to you. So when it comes to partnerships and relationships, if you're in a partnership or a relationship right now, you're supposed to be in that partnership or relationship. Again, my foundation is you live in a predestined reality. You live in a scripted reality. So the person you're with right now, you're supposed to be with them. And if you end up breaking up with them, you were supposed to break up with them. It's that simple. You should be happy about it. Some of you, you should be grateful that your significant other broke up with you. Instead of getting, they did you a favor, maybe. Maybe they did you a favor because you couldn't do it. Your code just wouldn't allow you to let go of that person. That person was Cancer. That person was super toxic, but you held on because you were too afraid to let go because maybe they pay your bills. Maybe they take care of you, but they're super toxic. But you can't afford to walk away, so you hold on to them. And you complain about the toxicity instead of being grateful for what they give you. And then finally, they break up with you, whatever, and they did you a favor. And you're all scared because now how am I going to pay my bills? And this is why self-reliance is so important. Being self-reliant. Being a go-getter. Being somebody who takes charge. All of you have Aries energy in you. Aries, Mars, drive, determination. Some of you have more than others. Some of you have to work on it more than others. But everybody here has Mars energy. Even I don't if you're not an Aries, who cares? You have Aries. You have all 12 signs. You have the ability to be Aries energy, fire. Use that Mars energy. You got to know where it's placed to know what you're defaulted as. My Mars is in Sagittarius. So what do you think I'm going to be driving towards? Wisdom, knowledge, hermit energy. And my Rahu's there. So my lifetime, I incarnated to be a hermit, a humanitarian, and to give back to other people. And to study myself. Study. To become my own guru. Not a guru for anybody else. My own. Be me. So if you have Rahu, Ketu in the Sagittarius, Gemini axis, well then you're built just like me. It's really simple. And on top of that, my life path, it shifted into a 9, and that's where my Rahu and my Mars is in my house of Sagittarius. In the 3rd house. And the 3rd house is communication. So I'm going to take the hermit energy and I'm going to express it to the world. That's what I'm doing with Decode Your Reality. In my K2 position in Gemini. Gemini's ruled by Mercury. Blah, 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 blah. Talk. That's all I can do. People say, how do you go so long? Because Mercury. This is why the value of knowing who you are. Studying you. The beauty in this. And then those of you that have partners, studying the hell out of your partner. Studying them like you're addicted to studying them. Because the more you know about your partner, the easier it becomes. When you have the foundation of everybody's right. They're right, you're right. When you're arguing with your partner, the fact is, when you're debating or arguing with your partner, you think you're right, and you think they're wrong, and they think they're right, and they think you're wrong. Who's right? Well, again, both of you. But at that time, you're debating and trying to force your ideals upon your partner. Then where's it getting you? It's getting you disharmony. It's getting you negativity. Low frequency. It's going to teach you something, though. So when you get good at this, study your partner, you'll have less arguments, less debates. You will. That's what you're going to get as a reward for studying your partner, for letting go of trying to be right. As the great Werner Erhard said, he said, I bet that when you're trying to be right, you're sacrificing love. And that is so true. Think about that. The next time you get into an argument with your partner, you're sacrificing your love for them so you can be right. Fact. So when you stop trying to be right and start to listen a little more and say, okay, I can see your point, I don't agree, and then your partner can say, okay, we don't have to agree, we can agree to disagree, and come to a means of where you can have an understanding or understanding, that's when you're going to have a level up DNA activation upgrade. That's what makes a relationship better. Jay Smith says, I hope whoever marries you gives your beautiful energy back to you. Well, I'm done with the marriage thing. I did it 3 times. So I can tell the world that marriage that's a contract. I'm not interested in contracts anymore. Being in a partnership is just a commitment. It does not need the typical regurgitation of, let's get married. Let's go get a state contract by the state. And let's go pay for a marriage certificate. Not interested in that. But love, that's a different story. Jessica is asking, what's the easiest way to understand Vedic astrology? Yeah, if you have basic Western astrology, then you would be able to take into consideration Vedic. See, tropical astrology, let me just show all of you here right now. Let me show you this, hold on. Hold on. Let me just get this set up. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me just get this set up. I'll show you. Okay. All right. Let me just pull up. Hang on. Okay. Hang on a second, folks. Okay. All right. Let me show you this here. For all of you astrology fans. Okay. All right. So this right here is called stellarium-web.org right here, okay? And this has, you have to click on these constellations to get these down here in the bottom half. But you're seeing is that this red line, that's sometimes very finicky. This line right here is called the ecliptic. And the ecliptic is an imaginary line where the 12 constellations sit upon. So here's Cancer, Gemini, Taurus, Pisces, Aries, okay, Aquarius. And then you have all the constellations that affect the ecliptic on the inside and outside. Now, if I show you the chart of Western astrology, most of you go to this website called astro.com, and you see, it's going to show this is the current chart of right now. Okay? This is the current chart of right now. No, it's not really. And you'll see that the sun is in Sagittarius. This is what most people probably watching this are used to. Okay? Sun is in Sagittarius. Now, if I go back to Stellarium and I type in sun, you're going to see that the sun is not in Sagittarius. The sun is in Scorpio. Okay? It's in Scorpio right now. Now, that doesn't mean that tropical doesn't work, because this is where we inevitably will be. But tropical is about 23 degrees forwards into the future. Forwards into the future. We're not in Sagittarius yet. We are in Scorpio. Okay? We're going to get here, but just not right now. So what you need to do is study both charts. And this is December 1st, so let me adjust this to December 11th. So you'll see that the sun, right here, is in Scorpio. So the sun is about 23 degrees backwards. See, the sun is back here, about 23 to 24 degrees backwards. See? So you got to figure out what is going to resonate with you. Now, like I said, when I do a reading for people, I read both charts side by side. And there is truth to both charts, because the way you read these charts, tropical and sidereal, is that when you look at the chakras, sidereal, which lines up with the origination of where we're at, the sun right now is in Scorpio. That's Vedic. It's the root of all things. But inevitably, we are moving towards tropical, which is the crown. So Vedic astrology, tropical astrology. Okay? You're gonna be both. You will be both. And that's, as a practitioner, I read from both. But the sun right now is in Scorpio. It's pretty crystal clear. It's right there. It's not in Sag. Mercury being in Sag. Mercury being in Sag. Right there. See? Pluto right now is in Capricorn. And it will be here for a very long time. I think till 2039 will be here. And then it moves into Aquarius. 2040. Okay? So, what is Pluto's job right now? This is the new heaven and new earth, the 21. Okay? Creating that. But it's Pluto's job is to remove the dead wood. Destruction. Capricorn means earth. Time. The box. The cube. Okay? Saturn's here right now setting it up for Aquarius. When Pluto comes in here, well, then you're going to have the shitstorm. And you're going to have a different aspect of this. But that's the variation between the two. And this is not even how I read charts anyway, because this is called Placidus. And you'll notice that every house, the houses are different sizes. See, they're not all even. You got to go to the extended chart. You got to click on this and you got to click on the extended chart. And you have to click on the whole signs. Okay, because by default, it's going to be the Placidus. And this is about 400 years old, whereas the whole sign is about 2,000 years old. And now you can see, now they're all even. Okay? And I feel like this has more merit and more definitions to describing who you are and why you're here. Why did it move it to moved it to King James Bible? But that's how you read those two. All right, I hope that helped some of you. Dun Joggin says, how am I sure of this? Very sure. From study, research. Very sure. So Jessica's saying my tropical are Gemini and Sag, whereas Rahu is Taurus and Ketu and Scorpio. So you would look at both. Inevitably, you're going to get to both of them. You'll be in one, you'll resonate with one, and you'll resonate with the other. You're probably going to have a dominant one than the other. As a practitioner, reading countless different charts, it's not 50-50. It's not 50-50, but I can't give you specifics on which one's more accurate. It will all come down to what you end up observing as your reality. Because tropical we're going to get there inevitably. But we're not there right now. Pluto is not in Aquarius. Pluto is in Capricorn. And it will be there till 2039. I mean, there's a lot of ways to look at astrology. And now, because I'm getting into the months and changing the months, as I talked about in these life paths earlier, changing the months, 2 months, you're going to take the month of March becomes month number 1. It changes a lot of things. I mean, is it a coincidence that Aries is on the rising sign position? The first rays of the sun, the birth of the sun, the resurrection of the sun is in Aries. In astrology, Aries is the first zodiac sign. Well, Aries is in March. Well, then why do we have January as the first month? Because the Julian calendar moved that to as such. The Julian calendar put January and February in front of March. It was supposed to happen. There's no funny business going on. There's no deception going on unless you say so. Things just happen. And they all have their say. They all have their say. 360 days, 364 days, 13 months of 30, 12 months of it. If you study it, you'll see it. You'll start to see the code. Jessica, no, the Vedic's not going to give you lessons to get to the tropical. They are seemingly two systems working in unison. There are two systems working in unison. Okay? Dunn Jorgen says, do you think we live in hell in this world? If you make it that way, yes, of course. If you make it that way, absolutely. Jay Avili asks, have you always been drawn to using numbers? No. I wasn't. I was a Mr. Smith for a long time. I was an Agent Smith for a long time, didn't even know it. Mr. Smith being like the one that's, we say it's asleep, right? Didn't know my purpose, didn't know what I was supposed to do. Trying to figure it out, but it groomed me to get to where I'm at now. So all that matters is the now moment. That's my foundation. How does one deal with the affliction of Chiron? It's a great question. So Chiron, the classical regurgitation of Chiron is that it is your wound. It's your cosmic wound. But as I have done readings for people, I have seen that Chiron becomes a catalyst for other people's wounds. And they work through you to heal their wounds. You'll draw people to you that have the wounds of the Chiron to work through you. And there's a lot of factors involved, like those of you in the human design, if you're a projector, projectors are the guides, to make the world a better place. So this has a lot of merit with the Chiron placement if you are a projector in human design. You want to look at that layer of Chiron to see perhaps, and then you start to study the examples of the things happening in your life, the people that come to you, why are they coming to you? And you start to put two and two together. You start to use logic and common sense. And then you start to see, and what emerges is your truth on how this reality works. Okay? Sundancer says, I need Neptune the hell off of my ascendant. Well, I would encourage you to look at it a different way. So, again, ladies and gentlemen, are you making lemonade with your code? Meaning, are you making bliss? Are you making a paradise out of your code, or are you complaining about it? Neptune, when I do readings for people, and I'll tell all of you, Neptune is your screenplay writer. The sea monster. And it can be the devil, right? Because it's got the trident, which is the pitchfork. Neptune running Pisces. Pisces, the last sign, the mystic. In Greek mythology, to cement that, to solidify my statement on Neptune is your screenplay writer, look to Greek mythology, right? For a clue. Zeus, the largest planet in the canopy, is the god of heaven. His brother is Poseidon, who got the water, which is earth. And then the other brother, Pluto, Hades, got the underworld, the dirt beneath your feet. So there's a lot of merit to Neptune, Poseidon, and running the waters. What do you think this body's made up of? Primarily water. What is the primary real estate on the earth? Water. Neptune, Poseidon in numerology equals 40, and your television equals 40. So when you looked at Neptune in your astrological chart, that's your screenplay writer. And if you're willing to observe it and make lemonade out of it instead of bitching and complaining about it, see, if you're bitching and complaining about it, you haven't figured out the machinations of how it works. Once you figure out how it works, you can retract that and you can start to make lemonade out of it. I'm not going to say you're going to have Skittle Bridges all your life and you're going to have unicorns showing up at your doorstep. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is there's a way to make lemonade out of this code instead of complaining about it. Because the code you got is the code you got. And it can be a liability or it can be an asset. And it will be both. But with the little adjustments and tweaks, how do you make adjustments and tweaks? Studying it. How do you make adjustments and tweaks to a car's engine? By studying the engine and the machinations and how it runs. You don't just grab a wrench and start screwing with the engine if you're not a mechanic. So you don't start trying to screw with your life without knowing the engine of the mechanics of your life. And the engine, part of that is the Stargate, which is the great beast above. Okay? I mean, I think right now, yeah, Neptune is in Pisces right now, along with Rahu. So let me take you on this journey, right? For everybody, right? Now this is for everybody. So right here is Neptune in Pisces. Okay, and it's at 0 degrees, so it just got here. Now, Neptune is the ruler of Pisces. So he's home. He's like, finally, I'm back home. Because he's got a long orbital period. And Pisces is the dreamer. Pisces is water. Pisces is what your body is made up of. It's your imagination. It's your dreams. It's your aspirations of your dreams. It's being fluid. It's flowing. It's your spirituality, because right here is the 27th nakshatra called Revati. And this is the highest level of spirituality you can get. And guess what's in here now? Rahu. Rahu just got here not too long ago. I think he's at like 6 degrees or something like that. 27 degrees. No, he's opposite, 27. So he's in this. Rahu is the ultimate desire, and now he has to form with Revati, and Revati is a nakshatra ruled by Mercury. Okay, this right here. So when Rahu comes in here, he now has to deal with the spirituality. You're going to see, ladies and gentlemen, the energy of the world right now is being focused and harnessed on what your spirituality means to you. What does it mean to you? And those of you that have addictions, because Neptune is classically known as addictions, well, you're being faced to face your addictions. You can be here. Okay? You're being challenged with your addictions. And it's not just the classic, oh, you think addiction, you think alcohol or drugs. No, you could be addicted to sex. You can be addicted to arguing. You could be addicted to debating. You could be addicted to being negative all the time. So this is challenging you to focus on your addictions. Because Pisces is the dreamer, the hangman, surrendering to become enlightened. And Rahu here being the ultimate desire for the world. And you got Chiron here as well, which is the wound. So when you have these together as a conjunct, meaning they're sitting side by side, well, classically it tells me, because Revati is the spiritual one, Well, you're having to succumb to what your spirituality means, and then whatever wound is there to work through with displacement. This is a big deal right now for everybody in this reality. And if you move it to tropical, well, this is not going to be the right marker. Hold on. If you move it to tropical, it's still showing me 1611. Okay, well, we're not going to do that. But anyway, this is very big for everybody right now. And if you resonate with that, like, what are you going to do about it? Focusing on your spirituality. If you got any wounds in your spirituality, it's time to clean these up. It's time to tighten the ship. You know, you're having to face this and any addictions that you have, you know. And remember, don't think addiction is just drugs or alcohol. The classic, well, that's what we need. No, it's habits are addictions. Your habits are addictions. And there are some habits that are assets, some habits that are liabilities. It doesn't have to be drugs or alcohol to be an addiction, as we classically know them as. Jerry's saying, do I use anything special for water? No, I don't. I just talk to it. You know, because I travel so much, I do bottled water, but I talk to it. It's best I can do. There's certain things that I could do much better, but I mean, I know, like, I'm in this habit right now, an asset habit now, right? An asset-based habit. I drink a shitload of watermelon juice. Like, what's a shitload? 3 liters a day. Yeah, 3 liters of watermelon juice a day is what I average. That's a lot of water, plus my 3 liters of water. And it's been a game changer for me. Because, of course, watermelon juice is alkaline. It's high in lycopene. I mean, it's got a lot of citrulline, which for me, like, it makes your nitric oxide. The pumps in the gym are insane. Insane. I drink 2 liters of watermelon juice and then I just go to the gym. And I feel light. I don't feel full. And my pumps are insane. I have tons of energy. So that is an asset-based habit that I really, really love, and I share it with people. Is if you could incorporate watermelon into your, and you just, like, how do you do it? I just cut big-ass slices of it, about that. Let me see my camera. I cut it about that thick. I throw it in the blender, and I blend it up, and it's like a watermelon puree. And I've been adding a lot of celery into it. I like the taste of watermelon and celery. And it's been a game changer for me. If you can get watermelon. That's why I came to Colombia. Because Colombia is a lot like Mexico. They have fruit year round. Joe is talking about having Addison disease. Let me just look it up. I don't know what that is. Let me see. Chronic condition which your adrenal glands don't produce enough. Okay, so you don't produce enough cortisol. Okay. All right. Okay, adrenal glands, cortisol. So that's going to affect your stress levels. Okay. So now this is not giving any medical advice to anybody. But since you asked Joe, I'll give you my opinion. As a life strategist, right? Now we get into health and wellness. Anybody out there that has some kind of what you would call a disease, stop saying it. First and foremost, if you're going to 12 steps, stop saying you're an addict. You're continually bringing it into you're accepting it as your reality. What I would say if I went to 12 steps, hi, my name's Logan, and I used to be an addict. Because if you go into 12 steps and you say I'm an addict, that means you're using. That's what it means to me. I used to be an addict. Now I'm not. That's step number one. So stop announcing that you have Addison's disease. Stop telling people that you have it. It's between you and you. But then I would look at your entire life from top to bottom. Now, since it's the body and it could be genetic, yes, it could be something broken genetically, well then you need to give your body as great a chance as you can from what you're consuming to perhaps reverse that genetic disposition. So I would need to see everything you eat and drink for at least 14 days. So because I'm not going to do that for you, what I would encourage you to do, Joe, is to get a notepad and a pen, go old school, buy a notepad and pen just for this exercise. And anybody out here that's suffering from some kind of debilitation, sickness, disease, whatever you want to call it, get a notepad, and then every day, whenever you eat something, you write it down. I don't care if it's a bite of a Snickers bar. Write it down. And measure your water. How much water do you drink? You got to be meticulous. I'm going to say that again. You need to be anal and meticulous on your journey with this. Don't try to change anything. Just go about your life for 14 days and write down everything you eat and drink. Then you go back and you start to look at the things you eat. And the question you would ask yourself when you're looking at these things you're eating, is the food alive or was it dead? Was it alive or was it dead? And what constitutes food that's dead? Animal proteins, eggs, cheese, processed foods, cereal, granola. That's dead. Those are dead foods. They do not give you life. They may give you energy, they may give you amino acids, they may give you some nutrients, but they are considered dead foods. They do not give you life. They're essentially, most of those are acid forming foods. They're acid based. Now the opposite is alive foods. So what is alive foods? Anything you can pick off a tree or pull from the ground. Celery, broccoli, corn, carrots, apples, watermelon, cantaloupes, salad. Those are alive. So when you go over your 14 days and you look at your list of everything you've eaten, you then, for each day, you figure out how many alive foods you've eaten versus how many dead foods you've eaten. And you do the formula. Okay, today I had 3 dead foods and I had 2 alive foods. That means you had more acid than you did alkaline. That's not a winning day. Yes, the body will be able to buffer the acids that you eat. But this is where we get into cancer, because cancer thrives in an acidic environment. This is where we get into debilitating diseases. Acid is what corrodes batteries. Acid is what corrodes you. It corrodes me, so we want to eat more alkaline foods, more slightly love. And when you add up your 14-day period, you're going to get a total of acid versus alkaline. And if you have more acid foods, if your baseline is more acid foods, you're not winning each week. See, how do you get a proper how do you go to the doctor and get a proper diagnosis if you're showing up at the doctor and you're acid-based? And you're like, oh, I don't feel good. Something's wrong with me. And the doctor never asks you, well, what are you eating? What are you drinking? The doctor just wants to treat you probably with a drug because that's how they're trained. Most of them. So you got to do the work yourself, ladies and gentlemen, and you're your own best doctor. Study your habits, 14 days, write down everything you eat, score acid alkaline. Is it alive? Is it dead? Then after 14 days, then you can go back and you can look at what your score is. And you can make a proper determination. Am I giving my body everything that it needs to give it a chance to actually recuperate from whatever debilitating thing that's going on in your life? Because see, I'm not somebody, as a practitioner of health and wellness, I'm not somebody who accepts, oh, well, you're never going to fix it. That's bullshit. Oh, you can't fix that. It's incurable. That's nonsense. If somebody tells you you can't do it, then I would definitely say cut that person out. I mean, we're not talking about cutting a finger off here, and that's it. You got a stump now. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a genetic defect in your body. Addison's disease, genetic defect maybe, but maybe it's something you're eating. Maybe it's something of your environment that's surrounding you. I don't know. If it's happened to you since birth, then we could chalk it up to genetic defect, but it doesn't mean you can't fix it. But again, are you doing everything you can to give your body that chance to recuperate and fix it? Remember, the body needs about 91 essential nutrients tied to the devil, right? 91. You need the 16 minerals, the 16 vitamins, the omegas, and the amino acids. About 91 essential nutrients every single day. Most people don't get that every single day. So over time, the body's like, I'm not doing this anymore. You ain't giving me this, you ain't giving me that. Well, I'm going to break something. Now I'm going to cause an effect, you're going to feel the effect. You want to continually feed me acid foods, I'm going to give you cancer. And now you're going to have to fix it. So that's my long answer. To anybody out there suffering from some kind of sickness or debilitating disease, are you more acid-based or are you more alkaline-based? How much water do you drink? Most of you here are probably dehydrated every day. If you're overweight, you probably don't drink enough water. I mean, if you have 50 pounds you got to get rid of, stop being lazy. Be more committed to what you want in life than being committed to your excuses. A lot of people are just, you're committed to your excuses. I'll do it tomorrow. Oh, my leg hurts. Oh, this. Folks, my whole body is littered with ailments. As far as like, I have both rotator cuffs I've blown out. I blew my right knee out. My one leg's longer than the other. My leg falls asleep if I go on the elliptical machine. You know, I've blown this tendon out twice on my left arm from curling, but yet I continue to work through it and work through it. No excuses. What's yours? Oh, it's too cold now. See, I tell people, if you can work out and you don't, I say you're freaking selfish. That's my final answer. Why? Because if you don't work out, if you don't take care of yourself and you break down, then one of your family members is going to have to stop their day, stop their life to come help you. Who's selfish? You're being selfish right now. If you ain't fixing your problems, if you're not doing everything you can, if you're not getting the 91 essential nutrients every single day, doing the best you can, if you're not working out, if you're not exercising to keep the blood moving, and you're selfish. That's my final answer. I know that may piss people off, but I'm not here to make you feel all warm and fuzzy inside sometimes. Sometimes I'm here to be the disruptor. That's my long answer. For those of you that have ailments and sickness and disease, are you giving the body everything you can every day? Are you working out? Are you taking care of yourself? Are you more committed to what you want in life, or are you more committed to your excuses? Which is it? Are you a creator or are you a complainer? We got these old ways of complaining and the victim mentality, and it's their fault and it's them, and I can't do this because it's too cold out, or my knee hurts, or my toe hurts, or oh, I don't like cardio. Well, do you like being sick more than you do cardio? Do you like being 50 pounds overweight? You know, I mean, I'll even say this. I'll be the real big asshole here, since I'm on this topic. Some of you get married. Some of you get married and you completely just gain a shitload of weight because you feel comfortable. Oh, I'm married now. What does it matter? And then the person you're married doesn't look at you the same anymore. I know for a fact some people get cheated on because they get into a relationship with somebody and they put on a shitload of weight and they don't look good anymore, and then they end up getting cheated on, and then they get pissed off at the person for doing it. Now, I'm not saying that the person that cheated on was in the right, no. But you put 50 pounds on, you were lazy. Like when I marry somebody, like you look like this, why can't you look like that all the time? I'm not saying you have to put makeup on and be glamour. No, but like, why you got to put 50, 100 pounds on? Number one, you're not taking care of yourself, which means you're selfish. And number two, you're literally degrading your relationship. That's my final answer. I know that may piss some people off. I know, that's okay. I'm not here to be liked and loved here, folks. I'm just here to tell you what's on my mind, to give it to you straight. Take care of yourself. Don't be so selfish. Oh, I know, I got kids, I can't work out. It's a freaking excuse. That's an excuse. Be more committed to what you want versus being committed. A lot of you are more committed to your excuses. You're in the habit of being committed to, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. Oh, I can't do this. Oh, I get this going on. Or I might work. It's work. Don't work as much then. Oh, but I got to pay my bills. Work smarter. It's all strategy anyway. So Bree says even supermodels get cheated on. Yeah, of course. So there's exceptions. I'm just giving you the base fundamentals of this here. Think about it logically from what I'm saying. If you're somebody who gets married and you put on a ton of weight and your partner doesn't like, well, I didn't marry that. Are you somewhat to blame, or are you somewhat of the cause? I should say the one to blame. Are you somewhat of the cause of your partner looking in another direction? I don't know, man. Consistency is where it's at, in my opinion. Consistency. Consistency, consistency, consistency. That's why, like, if you change, why do you change your oil? Why do they say change your oil every 3,000 miles, every 5,000 miles? Consistency, because it's going to give your engine the best chance to run the longest without any problems. Stop changing oil in your car. See what happens. Just say, I'm not changing the oil in my car anymore. You want to do a little exercise? Stop changing the oil in your car. See what happens to your car after a while. There's no difference between that. So you'll change your oil every 3,000 miles, but you won't go work out. Where's the logic in that? You won't stay in shape, but you'll change your oil every 3,000 miles. I get it. So flip mode 007, shit ton of weight and my ex left me. Okay, great. Have you forgiven the ex? Have you let that go? Or is it still freaking anchoring you to the ground? And are you living maybe through a victim mentality, or still are you sulking in that? I mean, folks, look ahead, man. If your ex left you, then it wasn't the right one for you. Freaking cut that cord. It's time for you to take your power back and to go be the freaking dominant star of the movie that you are, and freaking shine like a diamond again. Instead of sitting around, oh, it was the love of my life and she left me or he left me. It couldn't have been the love of your life because they're gone now. So rejoice because something's coming better for you. Has to be that way. If your partner leaves you, do your mourning. I get it. Falling in love and having heartbreak. Yes, I get it. It's the worst. One of the worst feelings in the world. Yes. But when that's over, cut the damn cord and go be the best little devil you could be. Go be the star of your movie again. You know, it's so funny, right? This is what people do. You'll see it all the time. People, they'll disappear off social media, right? They'll disappear. And then all of a sudden they'll reemerge and there's these glamour shots, there's these model shots. Look at me, look what I'm doing. Or you'll see them in the gym. And they're back. And they're ready and they're hungry. Because they're single again. You let your guard down when you get into a relationship, but then when you're out of that relationship, it's like, oh, well, now it's time to get busy with it again. Time to get back in the gym. Time to get in shape. Got to go back on. I'm back on the market, baby. Well, if you would have just stayed in shape in the first place, maybe you never would have dissolved the relationship that you had. Think about that logically. Like you're back in action. I'm on the market. Now I'm single again. Now I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to go work out. I'm going to get in shape. Yeah, because you want to impress this next person in your life. But are you going to stay that way? It's just so funny. The whole human behavior cracks me up. And we're all guilty of it. So I'm not sitting here being like above anybody. Trust me. Because I got my faults. Pointed them out many times. I'm a fan of life, and I think life's hilarious. I think it's really funny what we do as human beings. I think it's pretty funny. So Joe, if you see, so you said, Joe said he was born into a very extreme circumstances. Okay, well that may be contributing to your Addison's disease. Because Addison's disease is stress related and you were in a domestic, extreme violence. So maybe, is it possible that you are a product of your environment and your Addison's disease was because of the environment you were raised in? Is there any chance that could be true? Addison, stress, adrenals, you were raised in a very horrible family situation. Are you now in that? Are you out of that now? If you're out of that, well then the environment, you should be grateful. Like I'd be like so grateful I'm not in that. Like, woo, that was a doozy. But now you're not there anymore. So then we shift into gratitude. Now we live to be a gratitude junkie. I'm not there anymore, and I'm so grateful. And I wake up every day, and I'm grateful I'm not in that environment anymore. I'm releasing, cutting all the cords. Have you forgiven? You got to do the forgiveness. You got to let go. And then at least you give this thing a chance to start healing. But how can you heal if you're still holding on and you're angry and you're pissed off and you're vengeful and you're angry at them? You're still holding on to that same energy. How are you ever giving your body a chance physically? Mentally. No, you got to literally cut the cords. Be grateful that you're not in that environment anymore. Whew, that was a tough one. Now you actually have a story to tell. You can actually take that and help people with it. Imagine, just hypothetically, right, Joe, that you fix your Addison's, you get rid of it. Imagine that for a minute. What would it feel like if you got out of your Addison's situation? First, you got to believe that you can. And then let's say you do. What would you do if you were clear of that? Maybe you can go help people. You can make lemonade out of that because then you say, hey, I was in a really bad family domestic violence environment and it affected my hormones and I fixed it. I'm living proof that I fixed it. So let me help you. And maybe you can go into and help people that are in domestic violence situations that have Addison disease as well. And you can pinpoint that. You can actually make that connection. Because I think there's probably a connection here. And you can make that connection that doctors aren't diagnosing. Doctors are just hammering them out with pills and, oh, you got to take this. They're not addressing the issue of like, oh, you were in a really bad, violent family environment. Well, that may be the reason why you have the Addisons. So now you pluck yourself from that. And now you know that's the diagnosis. Whew. Like it's a lot of relief when you get the diagnosis and then you give yourself an even playing field. You're feeding the body like a lot of alkaline alive foods. You're doing everything you can to get your body back to homeostasis, which is neutrality, balance. And maybe you could save someone's life one day. Pretty awesome, I think. Two trades. Where am I? Right now I'm in Colombia. I'm in the country of Colombia. I am in a town called Barranquilla. But Barranquilla, Colombia. That's where I'm at right now. I'm right here. Let me zoom in. This is where I'm at right now. Right at the top of Colombia. So, I've been here for a minute, back and forth, but now this is where I'm at. Right at the tip of Colombia. And I gotta tell you, it's a pretty amazing town. I mean, it's very modern. I didn't even expect this to be this modern. This is the Airbnb I'm in. The people are amazing. They're like very good-looking people here, and it's a very very busy city. Barranquilla is where I'm at, so it's fun. Joe's asking about suicide. What do I think about it? I think it's a bad idea. I get why some people might want to, go that route. The guy, obviously, that's about as bad as it gets. But, I'm a fan of life. Like, I'm a fan of life. I love life. So, it's kind of the opposite end of life, man. So I've contemplated it before when I was in a really bad position, so I kind of know what it feels like to entertain that idea many, many moons ago. But, I'm coming from a place right now where I love life. I'm a fan of life. So it's the opposite end of that. I think you got to love life. I think you got to become a fan of life. How do you become a fan of life? Stop blaming, stop complaining, live a life of gratitude. These are requisites, I feel like, to have an activation upgrade in life. What brought me here, Stephen? Well, I wanted to get out of Mexico for a little bit, and I did not want to go back to the U.S. because it's pretty much cold everywhere there. And so, I love the warm weather. I'm so accustomed to the tropical weather in Mexico that I just started looking at Colombia, and I found this. I found this Airbnb. This is how I did it. I went on Airbnb, and I was looking at the highest rating Airbnbs places offered, like the top picks, and the place I'm at here was one of them. And so I started to look at the city where this is at, and you want to talk about scripted reality, right? Like, I'm on 56th Avenue, 56 Lights, Camera, Action, no joke, right? But I'm right downtown, and it's literally the reason why I chose this place, because this is a brand new Airbnb. It's pretty slick. It's super inexpensive, and the mall's right there, and the gym's right there, and the grocery store's right. I walk everywhere. The weather's always, it's obvious if you don't mind the humidity. I'm so used to it, but it's 88, 89, 90, but it has this nice breeze that blows through the city. And Barranquilla, and like the mall here, insane mall. I've never seen a food court. I don't even know if you'd even call that. 4 stories this mall is, right 5 minutes away from me. Just amazing, and it's very inexpensive for rent and the Airbnbs. The food is maybe a little bit less than Mexico, but it's about the same, I think. So yeah, I think it's a great place to come and check out Barranquilla. So, but it is, yeah, Lena. It's definitely, this place is not the typical place most people go to. Most people go to like Medellin or Cartagena. Those are more the tourist places. This place This is where Sofia Vergara is from, Barranquilla at the top. It's very modern. It's very new. And you wouldn't even think you're in Colombia. I didn't expect this. I was just really pleasantly surprised of how amazing this place is. So. Kilt says, I heard Colombia has the finest Coca-Cola. Yeah, I don't know. I heard that too. Jane's asking about portals. I mean, anything can be a portal. I mean, as soon as you grab onto your phone and you look into it, it's a portal. You're staring into it, and you know that goes. Let me just say this. This just hit me now because I woke up this morning, and when I got on my YouTube, I was given this video by the band Kiss, like, you know, in the highlighted reels of YouTube. And I'm a fan of the band Kiss, big fan. And so they've been together like 50 years, and they're getting older, and they just had their last tour in Madison Square Garden, New York, or they're going to have it. And so the whole video was on them now. They were sitting at the coffee table, and they're talking to these guys, and these guys were creating a simulated reality for them as characters. And so Paul Stanley, the lead singer of Kiss, is saying, like, I know now that Kiss can be immortal. We're now immortal. And at the very end of this video, they're standing in front of this massive screen, and they were playing the animated characters of Kiss. And they were watching themselves on the screen. And it really kind of just hit me, and it summarized everything of this whole digital age going quantum. Is that how do you become immortal? When Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, when these guys finally die physically, they will go on in the digital realm. They are passing their consciousness onto the screen in the digital realm of the computer. That's what they're doing. And it just hit me like a ton of bricks today. And I was like, wow. Because that's what's going on. That's how people are going to become immortal. They're passing on into the digital world. It's just amazing. It was amazing. And that's the age of Aquarius. Breeze in Colombia, do they use crypto? I would imagine some do, but you know, it's so interesting, these countries. In Mexico, if you go there during certain times, there's like lines to get in to get money out of the ATM. They like to pull money out, and when I went to the mall, same thing here. Like, they got lines to the ATM machines. It's really weird, because you don't really see that in the US, right? Most people just swipe. So, really interesting. Sundancer is asking, do I consider astrocartography before relocating? No. I'm a fan of it. But again, if you, like, did I choose Barranquilla, or did Barranquilla choose me? I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to give you an example. Let me show you. Hold on. Does the location of where you're at have anything to do with what you're doing in your life? And my answer is abso-freaking-lutely. Did I choose to come to Colombia, or did Colombia choose to bring me here? And I believe in the latter. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Here is the numerology for Barranquilla, Colombia. You'll notice that Barranquilla is 28, and so is, and then Colombia is 27. Okay? 28 is where I'm at. 27 is the country is where I'm at. It's 55. And when I was here, just the other day, just last week, I released this decode called Predestination. Now, am I stretching this? That this is the same thing as predestination? Well, consider that I'm in Barranquilla, which is 28, and my birth city that I was born in is 28, and Lucifer is 28, and the word death in Greek is 28, and the pale horse on my Decode Your Reality channel was all about the death and the pale horse, and I released that here in Barranquilla. These decodes that I released, pale horse, predestination, and now I just did contract with God. That was like massively, massively, massively big decode. Does anything influence me while I'm here in Barranquilla? You see, I just showed it to you. See, now if you're not a fan of the numbers and you're like, oh, that's just fun. No, when you start to see the patterns over and over, and you know what the patterns mean, you wouldn't be saying that. But again, this is me as a decoder and an observer of the code. So astrocartography is where the lines of the planets are going to be, et cetera, et cetera. And I believe I'm on my moon line right now. So probably one of the biggest reveals of my entire decoding career was just released Contract with God. One of the biggest finds. I'm on my moon line, and the moon represents the secrets of life. In Mexico, I'm on my sun line, and I love it there. As a matter of fact, it's on my sun IC line. Right, it's exactly where my sun's at. So I love it there. So absolutely, I think astrocartography has a lot to say. But I think that even if you don't, I didn't look to see where Barranquilla was with the astrocartography. I got so much going on. But then when I looked at the numerology, I didn't look at the numerology of it. I didn't. I mean, my last name is 27. Colombia is 27. Does that have any significance? Absolutely it does. Sean's asking about transhumanism. Well, do I think it's a good idea? I'm not going to use the adjective to describe the noun. Transhumanism is an idea. If you want to label it good or bad, that's an adjective you got to bolt on to the subject, which is transhumanism. Let me give you a bomb. I'll give you guys all a big bomb. You ready? I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm giving you guys sneak peeks, but I just remembered this one. And I guess I'll share it if I can find the card. This is transhumanism right there. Spiritual quest. It's consciousness moving. That's what this card can mean. This is tied to the underworld. Transhumanism being 44, underworld being 44. Transhumanism is a step, a fractal down, a Mandelbrot set down of consciousness. But let me show you. Where the hell's the card? Hold on. There it is. I'll show you a little scripted reality. Okay? Here we go. You ready for a big bomb? Okay. Here's a big bomb for all of you. So as all of you know, I have this decode coming out. Well, I think that everybody knows. This I haven't seen the show, but I have this coming out by the book by Ruman Alam. Okay, this film was directed by Sam Esmail, who was the director of Mr. Robot, and Mr. Robot was all about the financial collapse. Amazing show. Amazing show. I've watched it twice. It was about the financial collapse, which is going to happen. Inevitably, it has to. So then he comes out with this movie from the book. Leave the World Behind. Now, remember, we're talking about financial collapse, because that's what, like, cyber attack, and that's what they showed in this. I haven't even seen it, but I saw the trailer. Okay? So when you take the Leave the World Behind, the simple one. Whoops, hold on, let me get, my keyboard is... Leave the World Behind is 78. Okay, 78. We're talking finances now. And then you go to the tarot. What's the 78th card in the tarot? The King of Pentacles. The King of Money. You see that? Scripted reality. The guy who wrote it, Ruman Alam. I spell that right. R-U-M-M. Oh, it's 2 A's. $28. Okay. Same as. Who is the pale horse? Lucifer is tied to the pale horse. Death. The word death in Greek is 28. Okay? You think this guy had a choice in writing this book? The clues, the financial collapse, Mr. Robot. The King of Money. You know what this is saying? Leave the, say goodbye. The financial collapse is coming. King of Pentacles. You get into the biblical aspects, you're going to get into Ezekiel, and you're going to have them saying that they'll be throwing their gold and silver into the streets. Financial collapse. Because you need the collapse to bring in the order, which is cryptocurrency. That's what you need. Chaos, and then order follows. And there's more to that than what I'm telling you, but it's right there. Do you think they got that? Now, maybe the author is non-existent. Maybe that's not a real dude, but he's got a website. But they could have fabricated that, but why fabricate it? This is why you have to have the cyber attack, or you have to have the electric grid go down, the pulse from the sun, or all these concepts to have chaos. The people that go crazy. And then you have the order come in to save the day. And oh, thank you for saving us. Litecoin Girl says, I bet you got Litecoin. What's up with Pluto leaving Capricorn? Well, Pluto, it will be in Capricorn till 2039. I think it's 2039. And then it goes 0 degrees Aquarius. Well, Capricorn is, you got to look and see where Saturn's at. Saturn's in Aquarius right now. It's in the 21st in the shock draw. 21 is the world card. Right? And Pluto in Capricorn, of course, Capricorn represents, it's the boss, it's money. Leave the world behind. 78, 78th card in the tarot, King of Diamonds. Doesn't match up in Aquarius. It would mean Pluto in Aquarius would shake up and massively change technology. Just doesn't match up that way. But I just don't see, I can't see the internet being completely wiped out. I mean, they need it as well. Like the people in the hierarchy, they need it as well, right? They need power. They need, electricity. They need the internet. I mean, everything is relying on the internet now. I mean, people freak out when their Facebook goes down. This is the world we live in. I mean, I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, but I love the internet. I love the computer. I love it. I enjoy it. I use it all the time. It's part of my life. It's an extension of me. I have made it an asset in my life. It can be a liability. You get some, radio waves and stuff like that. Yes. Litecoin Girl says, why have a vision board if it's all scripted? Because it's part of your script to do a vision board. If I suggest to you, hey, do a vision board, and you're like, wasn't part of your script. Breeze is asking about reincarnation. Why did we incarnate for this time period in world history? There's so many different branches for that answer. Right, so many different answers that I could postulate here. I mean, you have to, again, we have to go to foundations. You got to go to foundations. What is your foundation on how life works? That's the first thing that we need to go to before we have that conversation. I have a decode coming out on the birth of the internet. www Decoded, the birth of the internet. I'm going to show the astrological map for that. How astrology just always comes through. It's insane how astrology it just tells you its expression of life. Tim Lee, the guy who created the internet, created it in Geneva, Switzerland, the same place that CERN is at. And CERN has the Large Hadron Collider, which is a big fat octagon, an 8-sided polygonal, digging into the having sex with the quantum realm. Large Hadron Collider equals 66, the 66 books of the Bible. You have this paradise they're talking about, that you'll be in the paradise with Jesus. And the paradise could be a digital paradise. And I already explained to you what KISS is talking about. They're going to be immortal. They're going to move their physical body onto the digital screen. Right now, you could become perfect in the digital world. You could take your picture upload it to an application, and take away all your blemishes. And just like that, you look perfect. You can take a little bit off here. You can cut your body. You can put your you can enhance things, and you can become perfect. It's already happening. Paradise. Yeah, I did the, Dean says the rumor is October 2024. So 2024 is the year of the dragon in Chinese. So we're synchronizing multiple layers to get the broader picture. The broader picture. Now, the dragon is the 5th sign, and the 5th house of astrology is the sun. Leo the lion is the dragon. The dragon is the sine wave, the S. Okay? The year of the dragon, 2024. Which correlates to Rahu, or radium, Ra. Radium has an atomic weight of 224, 225, 226. Well, I pulled the astrological map for the fall of 2024. And now I'm going to be showing that and leave the world behind. But again, it's just it's an opinion. That's it. It's an opinion. Not a prediction. It's an opinion. A possibility. Cross 47 says, I don't wear a cross for religious symbols. I wear a cross because Stavros in Greek is cross. Well, I would absolutely disagree with you on that. I would flat out disagree with you 1000% against that. And I will tell you why. Because Stavros means a stake. The word for cross in the Greek is stavros, which means one stake going from top to bottom. It does not mean the T. It is a stake going from north to south. So the symbol you should be wearing is the letter I or the number 1. That is the true essence of the stavros in Greek, not the T and the cross. T is 20, I is 9. Of course, it doesn't matter because the cross means reincarnation. If there's any way to guarantee you to come back and play this game again, it's wearing the cross or the letter I. 9 is a repeater number. The letter I, which is the stavros, the true essence of the Greek stavros, it's an I, it's a 1. It's a stake. And I know this well because in the JW, I was raised JW. Okay, and in the JW organization, they do not worship the cross. Of course, that's idolatry. But then they will use exactly what I said, and they will say that stavros means stake, which is a pole. It is not the cross. It's not this. It's this. This is how they claim that Jesus was put to death. Arms above the head, feet tied together at the bottom. Not this way, but this way. But it doesn't matter. 9 or 20 doesn't matter. So it's going to lead to the same outcome. And to me, that is the best way to get reincarnated. If there is such a thing, I'm saying possibility-wise, if you want to guarantee yourself to get reincarnated back into the life, into this reality, put your faith in that idea and wear a cross. Pledge to it. Go eat the Eucharist. Go drink the wine. Pass the wine. Eat the bread. Talk, do the Passover. Do all that stuff. That to me is a guarantee. That's not poo-pooing on it. I'm just calling it like it is. What Hebrew? Okay. First and foremost, I want to clarify this whole thing about gematria. And listen, I don't use gematria. I use numerology. Now, what is the difference? Gematria is the practice of coding words into numbers. We don't do that. You put the words into numbers and then you have to decode it. You have to take the number and do something with it. That's numerology. So I practice numerology. And if I'm going to look at Hebrew language, I use 3 different ones. I use the fullest expression of Hebrew, which is Aleph through Tau, 1 through 22. Then I do the reduction, whereas like Tau is 22, it reduces down to the 4. And then I do the triple digits to where they start to use the 90 and the 100 in Hebrew. In Greek, you have what's called isopsephy. Isopsephy is where you're going to get into triple digits as well for some of the letters. And then you're going to have the Greek original, the Greek archaics, based off of the isopsephy, where you're going to have pi as the 17th letter. When you go to the Greek modern alphabet, which moves it into 24 letters, pi becomes the 16th letter. This is why numbers encroach and why all these systems have their own truths. This is why it's a bad idea to mix and match. Just using numerology. Now, if you're going to use it and branch it into the tarot and the golden ratio and pi and sine and cosine waves and prime numbers and all stuff, that's different. But if you're just going to line up numerology ciphers and start saying, oh, well, this word equals that, when you're using the Greek archaics and the Greek modern, you're going to get watered down results. And you're going to be way far away from the originations of the code that runs this reality. That's my observation. I was doing this for a long time. And I'm not saying I'm the authority here. I'm just an idea and opinion, and these are my methodologies. Do as you wish for this. All right? Because I used to be there. I used to get I get all excited. Oh my God, this number equals 33. I used to be there, like thinking 33 is evil, and I was once there. Yvonne says, I thought the cross was the sun. I've never observed it that way. I mean, if you take the symbol of the ichthys, which is the fish for Jesus, that is where you have 2 circles intersecting, and that middle circle, which looks like that's where you're going to get the football from, the NFL football, that will form. The cross will be in between that. Like if you take an NFL football, you could put a cross right in between it. From top to bottom, left and right. There's the cross. And the numbers that measure that, I think it's like 265 down and 153 across. The ichthys. Which is, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, if you just go here, if you go right here, see this symbol right here, this is the fish. Right here is the fish. See it? Of course, the M, this is where you're going to get Mary from. But there's the fish. Right here. The ichthys. Okay, pretty easy. This is the 6th zodiac sign. So when you go to astrology, you're going to have Virgo, the Virgin, the Immaculate Conception, the biggest and largest constellation in the canopy, mind you. And it will be across from the fish, Pisces. Jesus was a fisher of men. Born of the Virgin, fisher of men. Astrology. Okay? But he sits in the middle. The cross can be the cube. The cross is the cube unfolded, yes. And does it link to Saturn? Yes, because Saturn represents time. So when you unfold that box, it becomes the cross. When you fold it up, it becomes Pandora's box. That's why I had said, I'll take on this today. Some of you may have missed it. Let me just show you. So the cross, has the T and then the Y. Jesus hanging down, and it's on the T. So we have the letter T, which is the 20th letter, and then we have the letter Y. T and Y. And it's 45. And 45 matches Pandora's box. 45. Okay? That's what it is. That's why it's a box. Box is 14, cube is 14, time is 14, God is 14 in numerology. Yeah, who was it? You got Ezekiel. So again, if you take if you take Ezekiel 7:19, right? Let me do the, since we're talking about leave the world behind. Right? Throwing their money into the streets. It's Ezekiel 7:19. Okay? Then, you look at the King James Bible, the most popular Bible on the world stage, and you look at King James who delivered it. Look at what his birthday is, on the 19th, June 19th, which is the 196, which is gold, 1, 9, and 6, which is gold. They'll be throwing their gold and silver into the streets. 196, 196. They'll be throwing their gold into the streets. 7 verses 19. Ezekiel is 28. 28 is death. So you would have to just chalk it up like, is that spell book, is that book being played out through you in your reality? Carl's asking about the Ouija board. Can you mix with the Ouija board? I haven't done that. Sure, you could. It's all connected. Everything is connected when you really take a look at it. Am I ever going to do memberships on YouTube? Probably not. I got Patreon, so it would be kind of a waste. Full Metal Jackets. Do we keep getting reincarnated forever? Well, there's a lot of merit to that being the answer yes. There is a possibility that we never get out of this game. You just reincarnate and change characters. If you really want to watch an amazing show, go on to Netflix and watch the show called Dark. I'm not saying it's absolutely true, but let me just show you. The show Dark had time travel in it. And let me see if I can pull it up. There we go. So in the show Dark, in order for them to time travel, and they had the God particle in there and all that, they used cesium-137. Well, cesium is the 55th element. 55. And 55... predestination. See, this is how I connect it. Predestination is 55 protons for cesium, and they use cesium for time travel and the God particle in the show Dark. I'm not saying that they absolutely have the authority, but when you connect the dots like that, you can see how it's written into the script. Reincarnation is 42. Life, the universe, everything. Douglas Noel Adams is 42. 42 is the symbol of Jupiter. Jupiter is the largest planet in the canopy. Jupiter has the all-seeing eye on it. The Great Red Spot is 48. The 48th card in the tarot is looking for love. It's the Jesus Christ card. I mean, there's so much reference to Zeus. I mean, Zeus is 50. If you ever saw the show or the movie They Live, there was a hypnotic trance being broadcasted to the world, and it was all about obey, consume, don't ask questions. And it was News Station 54. Let me show you. New station 54. Look. When you go to They Live, I can't type because my keyboard. See, I'm in Colombia, so I'm limited maybe on what I'm getting here, but there you go. Cable 54. There it is. You see it? Cable 54 was the news station that was broadcasting the hypnotic trance for you to do this. So I'm going to look at the 54. So I go to alchemy and I look at the 54th element, and it's called xenon. And what does it mean? Stranger. Stranger. So I went to study, let me get rid of this English. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. This is a statement from the song Brain Damage off of the 1973 album Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon. Roger Waters said, there's someone in my head, but it's not me. And it's 131. Look at the weight of a xenon. 131. The new station was new station 54. Right there. Broadcasting the hypnotic trance. Now, when you go look at maybe what's broadcasting that, you got to get the Greek spelling of Zeus. Right here. And now you got to take a look at the Greek numerology. And there it is. 54. So, you know, when you look at the Zeus, and Zeus has what's called the Great Red Spot, and that's 48, which is the same as this. Tree of Life, which is the same as this. The brain and spinal cord is the Tree of Life, which is tied to the Great Red Spot, which is tied to Zeus. And the 48 is tied to Adam and Eve. If you watch my predestination on my Patreon, it's tied right to Adam and Eve. So the Great Red Spot just may be broadcasting the hypnotic trance. This is the 54th card in the tarot, the Four Swords, which asleep, the dreamer. Jupiter having the dream. Okay? And the 48th card in the deck is the Knight of Cups, which is looking for love, which is what this whole entire reality is all about. Don't wake up from your slumber. Don't wake up from this. Obey, consume. Stay in the hypnotic trance, because I need players for this game called life. Right here. The Great Red Spot from Jupiter, tied to the voice in your head. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. Xenon, meaning stranger, leads to the Great Red Spot, which becomes the Knight of Cups. And this is the Jack of Hearts, which is the Jesus card. That's why Jesus starts with the letter J. That's why I had said, you are Jesus. You're having the Jesus Christ Superstar experience. And the name of the game is lust. Humping. If you really, really are authentic with your life, what keeps you in this game Lust. See, what keeps you in hell, folks, is lust. Chasing ass. This game needs players. If there's no players, if people ain't screwing, then there's no players. I know you're going to justify, well, hey, I want to fall in love. What are we programmed? Where do you want to be? What do you want to do? I want to have a family. I want to have kids. Yeah, the game needs players. How do you think you got here? Your parents screwed, and now you're here. Obey, consume. Don't ask questions. Go screw. Go hump. What do you think lust is all about? Folks, I know there's a difference between love and lust. I get that. But just really be authentic with yourself. When you are single and you're looking at somebody, you're not looking at it from a position of love. You're looking at it from lust. Oh my God, I would really like to bone that person. You're not thinking love. You're not loving somebody when you're looking at them for the first time and your chemistry and you're attracted to them. You're like, wow, that's lust. And everybody here has experienced it, and you continually experience it. Lust. And then when you hump and you have sex, then you fall in love. Love comes after the lust. Lust is first. But I'd even confirmed it with my card I dropped. This is the card of the doppelganger. This is the card I just dropped. This is contract with God. This is card number 2, duality. In the tarot, it's going to be card number 38, which is the binary system. Neptune being 38. Neptune being the pitchfork, the trident, the devil. Folks, we can't get angry at this. It's just the way it is. There's nothing bad about it. People screw. That's what we do as human beings. If you're single, why fix your hair? Why look good when you go out? Why do you got to look good when you go out? Why are you going to get all dressed up? If you're single. Because you're programmed to lust. You're programmed to say, man, I hope somebody notices me. Because you want someone to pay attention to you. You want the attention. It's tied to lust, man. It ain't tied to love. I'm not saying love doesn't exist. But man, lust is what drives this. It's your mojo. It's your drive. Lust. And there is this thing about, ladies and gentlemen, like even I've done Elvis. Elvis sang it. He says, we're caught in a trap and I can't get out because I love you too much, baby. He wasn't talking about a girl. He was talking about life. That's why you had the fallen angels lusting after the women. Lusting after the beauty. It's like, damn, that's hot. I mean, right now they have people right now creating AI generated women that are freaking flawless. Like you can't even tell it's an AI image. Flawless. Got this and that, flawless. And you're looking at that and you're like, damn. Lust. Is this where we're going with our consciousness? We're creating a perfect image of a human being. We're creating perfect women and perfect men, and then we're lusting after it. And now we're going to go into the Black Mirror with our content. We're going to digitally upload and become immortal. Folks, the age of Aquarius is nothing like the age of Pisces. It's not. If you're a fan of astrology. So Lisa says, I loved a man long before I had any lust for him. Gradually fell for him. That's fine, but you had lust for him. You just admitted it. Love and lust are separate. So if you want to say, I didn't have sex with that person, I fell in love with him first. Okay, cool. But you just said, I had lust for him too. So, yeah, the rules may change. There may be exceptions. I know there's going to be exceptions. I'm not saying this is cemented for every human being and there's no way around it. But I'm saying I'm going on the way the majority of the world operates. Because that's what runs this reality. The majority. Not the disturbers, not the disruptors. The majority runs this reality. And the majority is lust. It's lust. I mean, the word lust in numerology is the number 16. Lust. And this is the 16th card in the tarot. What do you see on there? It's a big dick on there, folks. Come on, man. Lust is 16. This is the 16th card in the deck. It's a phallus right there. Exploding, busting a nut. This is how comically written our reality is. It's ridiculous. Life is just so funny, man. When you're looking at a card and you see a big dick on the card, right? You see a phallus on the card and you can correlate it to lust. You can correlate it to Sirius, which is the disruptor in the Egyptian times. Sirius, the rising of the Nile. You have the orgasm going on here. I mean, it's so comical. And even in the Alice in Borderland, the show Alice in Borderland, they said, oh, there's a game master. There's a game master. Alice in Borderland. You know what the game master was? The 3 of clubs. Guess what card numbers is? 16. The game master is the 16th card in the cards of illumination. The game master is lust. Without it, you ain't got players on the board. Sorry, but it supersedes love, folks. That's my final answer. I'm going on averages. Lisa, but lust wasn't first. You can't, how do you prove that? You can't. You can't prove it. You can't even support it. It's an opinion. I'm not taking away your opinion. Trust me. I mean, that's your opinion and you're entitled to it. And there's merit to it, right? That's your truth. But there's no way to support it. There's just no way to support it. Lust, attraction, whatever, it's chemistry. When you want to get in bed with somebody, that is lust. Chemistry, attraction. Oh, I'm really attracted to you. That's lust. We just got to call it like it is. We dance around, do the tango, and try to like, what are we doing here? It's just fun. The biggest story, think about it, the biggest story on the world stage in theology, which has over 1 billion followers, far bigger than my reach. That story is built on lust. Because you have the fallen angels and Jesus saying, your father's the devil. The devil's lust. It's your chemistry. It's your attraction to somebody. Well, you think, you go to the animal kingdom, and, is there lusting going on there? Well, I mean, I doubt it. There's just instinct. But you're separate from that. It's just so fun. Oh, man. Our reality is a frickin' stand-up comedy. It's a joke. It's all about humping. And without humping, there will be no people. So somebody's got to do somebody has to do the cha-cha-cha. Somebody's got to do it. And it's the lust. It's the game master. The Thomas John Ellis, the guy they cast to play Lucifer, this is his birth card. So scripted, it's ridiculous. We got Jordan in the house. What's up, brother? Nice to have you here. I was listening to your fine words of wisdom yesterday. I was in the background, not saying anything. Kirkwood said, lust is one of the sins I admit I break, but it's not with my wife. Well, Kirk, when you go all the way back before you got married, take it all the way back before you said your Saturnian contract vows, when you put the wedding band of Saturn on your finger, and you had to take a marriage certificate by the state to do that. So now it's astrological. When you go all the way back to the beginning, before you ever had sex with your wife for the first time, can you remember back that far? Would you chalk that up to love? Or is he like, well, I really want to bone her? I'm just having fun. I'm just having fun. And again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going on averages. I know some of you, maybe you got offended by my words here today. I'm just having fun. That's it. I'm just having fun. I'm going on averages. I'm going on the decode part of it. And I mean, it's just so comical, our reality. I mean, I don't know where we draw the line with this, really. I mean, some of you, I can see some of the comments, you're like pushing up against this. Again, I'm not saying it's going to be true for you. And even if if you don't want to agree to these concepts, great. All that matters is what you believe anyway. So if it's not true for you, awesome. Like, I'm a nihilist, folks. Go study nihilism. It may not be true for you. That's my life. But then I get to be outside of the box of the programming. I get to be outside of that, and I get to peer into it as a nihilist. Not that I'm, and again, I repeat, I am not better than anybody. This doesn't mean that. It's just that the programming of what we were taught and how we're instinctively matured as human beings, it's in that box. I mean, why do we never question, like, where was the box to check off to say, do you want the government to run your life? Where's the box that I get to say yes or no on that? You were never given the box. And then when you get married, when you're being raised as a kid, you're like, oh, I want to go have kids. Well, as a young adult, man, did your parents tell you? Well, it's a contract, and when you put the wedding band on your finger, the band means the rings of Saturn, which now you're bound by the astrological map. And the contract is with the state and government, which is ruled by Saturn. That's why the judge wears black. But did your parents tell you that before you decided to go get married? The answer probably would be no. Why do you have to get a contract to get married? Because it's through the rings of Saturn. And Saturn requires the contract. Anyway. Here, this is it for me. I mean, as much as this is the big phallus on there, this is nihilism. Boom! I'm done. I mean, let me see if I can get another connection for all of you. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this. Okay. So here you go. Aphrodite, or Aphrodite, is Venus. Sex, lust. The energy of lust and love and passion. Oh, you don't like lust? Oh, I don't lust. Okay, love. Okay, we'll just exclude the lust part. But the next time you're horny, you can say it's love. When you're horny next time, I'll let you be my guest to say, oh, well, it's really love, but I'm horny. Okay, cool. Anyway, Aphrodite in Greek is 102. Reduces down to the 30 is demiurge. 102. Okay? 102. And when you go to the periodic table to get the clue, it's going to be this. Rhodium. 45. 102. When you go study this, it comes from the Rosicrucians. The rose gives the bees honey. What gives the bees honey? Love, sex, procreation. 102 is Aphrodite. And since it has 45 protons, what is 45? Pandora's box. 45. Where you have the, whoops, fallen angels, lusting. Okay? Lusting. And if you go study Elvis's movie called Blue Hawaii. Blue Hawaii. Look at how many running minutes it was. 102 minutes. I can't help but fall in love with you. That was the song. The Blue Hawaii song by Elvis. Okay? Falling in love, lust. It's what, folks, whatever you want to chalk it up to. But the bottom line is, you got here because your parents humped. Were you born out of love or were you born out of lust? Or is it a little bit of both? It's all in the code. It's all in the script. It's all a scripted reality anyway. Blue Hawaii, blue balls. You know, you've heard that. That's so funny, man. I mean, think about it, folks. Come on, think of the punishment a dude gets. You women ain't going to be able to know what this means, but you guys do. The blue balls. Like, you get the result you get of not acting on the lust. The punishment that you get. So ridiculous. All the things that heal you taste like shit. The root and the herbs that you got to cook up and eat. The things that heal you are mainly the things that taste horrible. And the things that taste the best are the things that kill you the fastest. Why is it that way? It's just hilarious. How do we get mad at this? All right. Litecoin girl, I feel you. I can be really transparent with this audience because I just don't care. I've been by myself in hermit mode since 2018. And, I look at life way differently now. And I see how it works through my lens, through my code. And it may not be through the same lens that you see it. But it's a different lens to look at when you're not doing the cha-cha-cha. It's just a different lens. All right, well, I think this has been a really fun What's Your Question 70. It's funny because 70 is the seventh pentagonal number, which forms gold. When you add them up, the 7 pentagonal numbers, it equals 196, which is gold. I just did the decode on the King James Bible, which is tied to contract with God. The most popular Bible on the planet is by King James, and his birthday being born on June 19th. Which is gold. So scripted. His mother was Mary. Her mother was Mary. Keep doing those Hail Mary prayers. Keep doing that. Hallowed be thy name. Keep doing those, baby. TJ, contract with God. You got to get over to the Patreon, bro. I put on Contract with God's out on Patreon right now. Go check it out. Oh, there you go. Jordan's at 70,000 subscribers. Congratulations to Jordan hitting 70,000. Well, he's blowing my doors off. I'm not in it for the subscribers, but there's a nice confirmation. Thanks, Steven, for posting that. Jordan at 70,000. Congratulations. Jordan deserves it. Deserves more than that. This reality, man, is just, it's so funny. So funny. Oh, man. All right. All the comments coming in, man. I really appreciate each and every one of you for being here. I love the diversity of this crowd. This is great. So I just wanted to give a big shout out to all of you that have supported this YouTube channel. You know, it was just my YouTube channel's birthday on December 4th, 5 years. And, you know, did I pick that day? Did I pick that day? December 4th, 124, 66 is found at the 124th decimal digit in the string in the golden ratio. I was born 6 pounds, 6 ounces. See the subtle, you look at even your birth certificate, what did you weigh? I could go on and on, folks. I could go on and on and on and on. My birth time, 1:03 a.m. 1:03 is the 27th prime number. My last name is 27. December 4th, the day I opened my Decode Your Reality channel, is the Ace of Diamonds, the 27th card in the deck. Scripted reality up the freaking wazoo. It's just too ridiculous. It's too perfect. It's too fine. And man ain't coding it. Because I don't belong to any society. I don't belong to any organization. I don't follow any of them. It's just me and Decode Your Reality and all of you that here support this. And my life continues to be scripted. So you can go follow those people that say, oh yeah, sports is scripted and the Jesuits are scripting it. Well, okay, well who scripted my life? Because the Jesuits ain't scripted my life. And my life's scripted. I just rambled off a whole bunch of things. I could go on and on about my personal reality. I got phoenixes all tattooed on my arm before I ever met Jason to talk about the phoenix. Phoenix is tied. I got all these years when I was asleep. Did I get the Phoenix tattoos or did they choose me? Did I choose December 4th for the date to open my second Decode Your Reality channel? Or did it choose me? No, it chose me. So, big shout out to all of you celibate ones out there. I've done this so many times in my life. Like, when I went to prison, I had to obviously give that part up in my life. So, when I got out, I just continued on. I went over 2 years I did that stretch. And here I am on another stretch. And I can be open and honest and transparent because I don't care. Is it going to last forever? I don't know. I'm just like, I'm a fan of life. I'm a fan of life, man. I am a fan of life, baby. Life is just glorious. I think Jason, I'm not sure. Does anybody know Jason Bashir's birthday? I don't remember. I think he's the 5 of diamonds or the 4. I don't remember. But I can show you how scripted his reality is. I mean, well, I'm seeing all these celibate and single. Wow, look at all you amazing people. So, like, is that the way to be? You know, like, if you're, see, it's funny how we preach what we're living. The current layer of your life, you're like, you're preaching it, right? You're selling it. You're marketing. Marketing is this what this whole reality is based on. Marketing. It's like, is that where it's at? Hermit mode, celibate mode, or do you miss it? You know, I remember, you know, many times, you get into a relationship and that first kiss and it was like, ugh, nothing beats it, man. That chemistry, it's just, woo. And it's like the game of life says, are you sure? Are you sure you don't want it again? Not opposed to it, but it's just different this time around. $56 means the movie, folks. It also means the pale horse. It means death. So Jason's June 9th. There you go. It's the 19th. June 9th. Let me see. Thank you for giving me that. Oh, he's the Jack of Clubs. So Jason Brashears is the Jack of Clubs, which is card 24, which is tied to Jesus. Jesus, in the Greek numerology, Jesus is 24. Guess who else has the Jack of Clubs for their birth card? King James, who delivered to the world the most popular spell book on the world stage, the King James Bible. Born on June 19th, Jack of Clubs. Or those jacks, the jack has the big J on it. The Jesus being the jack. Those jacks are like fire, man. The Jack of Clubs, you know, air, fire sign, like super fire, man. Yep, Sound of Crypto, all 4 jack cards, TJ. Thanks for the reminder. The Harmon brothers. Harmon is 24. They're the ones who funded Sound of Freedom. They're Mormon-based, which is founded on a Jack of Diamonds day. So ridiculous. I forget. I mean, so I have so many decodes that I go back and I watch them and I'm like, oh, I totally forgot about that. I totally forgot. I was watching Angel Falls again. Somebody watched it and made a comment. And I was like, holy shit, I forgot about that information. And there was a nugget in there that I forgot about. King of clubs, super smart. The king of mental mastery. Two of hearts, that's commitments, contracts, companionships. Two of hearts are people that are born to work with other people and to even have partnerships. Saying possibilities. All right, what time is it? I think it's time to end this. Oh shit, it's 11 o'clock. All right, I'm going to end this transmission. Do I think the cast of Sound of Freedom are real? Yeah. Jim plays Jesus in Mel Gibson's movie. Mel Gibson's so scripted, it's ridiculous. Passion of the Christ. They got another one coming out. The lady they casted to play Mary has got the 5/1 birthday, the birthday of the Illuminati. Her last name means is Morningstar, which is like a weapon. It's just so ridiculous. All right, so I'm going to pull some cards. We're going to use the typical deck of playing cards. Look at the bottom of the deck, 6 of diamonds, which is, what's your question, number 70? This is tied to the number 70. So I'm going to pull a couple cards here, and then we're going to end this transmission. So thanks, everybody, for joining in. Appreciate it. I'm in the great country of Colombia. I'm in a city called Barranquilla. It's amazing here. If you ever get a chance to visit, super inexpensive, high-quality people, fun people. They love their soccer, boy. They're at their soccer game today. Whoo! It was empty everywhere today. Not at the bars. It was packed. Anyway, let's pull some cards for this transmission. Let's just see what kind of energy we're dealing with right now. From this whole transmission. Been doing this now for what? I've been going 5 hours? Almost 5 hours. Okay, wow. I got a comfortable chair. That's probably why. Okay, so we're going to pull one card. The overall energy, what's going on here? Let's see. And we got the Queen of Diamonds. Now, the Queen is card 38, which is interesting because the word 0 and 1, which is the binary system, equals 38. This is the Red Queen. If you ever watch the movie Manchurian Candidate, 1962 with Frank Sinatra, it's the Red Queen, which was all about the Manchurian Candidate. And then Denzel Washington and Liev Schreiber did an amazing rendition, 2004 Manchurian Candidate. If you haven't seen Manchurian Candidate 2004, man, do your best to go watch it. Mind control, which is what every single one of you here are under the guise of. That's my final answer, but if you don't agree with that, that's totally fine. But this is the Red Queen. This is tied to Neptune. Neptune being 38, this is card 38. I told you Neptune has the trident, which is the pitchfork. Neptune is the ruler of Pisces. We are all born in the Piscean age. Water, spirituality, mysticism, addictions, religion, fish, right? Religion, obey, consume. Don't ask questions. The church tells you to do that. Obey. So we have the Queen of Diamonds here. Card 38. Where are we going with this? Next card. Where are we going with this Queen of Diamonds? I have no idea, but let's see. We have the Eight of Hearts. Eight of Hearts is the card of going on a spiritual quest. It is the power of love, because if you're an 8, the 8 represents the Taurus field. To get in here, to enter into this reality, you got to go through the Taurus field, the portal. And 19 is the 8th prime number. 19 is tied to the sun. That's how much merit the sun has with all of this. 19 is the 8th prime number. So there you go, the portal to get in here. It's tied right to the Great Pyramid of Giza. So we have card 8, card 38. I have no idea what this is going to, but let's pull another one. Now we have the Ace of Diamonds. This is tied to my last name. This is tied to currency. The word currency is 27. This is the 27th card in the deck. This is tied straight to Lucifer, because this is card 65 in the tarot, and 65 is tied to the word son of the morning in Hebrew. Well, I know, Logan's the devil, right? Ace of Diamonds. This is my Venus card. 27. We have currency. We have Neptune, Poseidon. We have the 38. We have the binary system. We have the spiritual quest of the Eight of Hearts, and then we have the Ace of Diamonds, which is currency. The word the dragon in the medicine cards is the 27. It's connected to the Ace of Diamonds. The Great Dragon, which is the sine wave. Okay, one more card. We keep going here. Card 4. What's the message here? Now it's starting to make sense. The Joker. You know, the Joker, there are 2 Jokers in the deck. If you buy a deck of cards, there are 2 Jokers. And the Joker in the tarot is the Fool, that's 0. And then the hidden part is the 22. So what's the hidden part of the Joker in the cards of illumination? Card 0 and card 53. And card 53 is tied to iodine, which is tied to one half of the I am, and the word pale horse equals 53. Which is what have been my whole decodes. The Phoenix event, the 138, we are 138, the Misfits will burn your cities down, and the pale horse being 53. And this is tied to the 53. This is why, if you watch the movie 2019 with Joaquin Phoenix, he was the Joker. And at the very end, the cities were burning. And he promulgated that. Tied to the pale horse. Tied to chaos. The Joker is tied to chaos. So we have some chaos and currency coming in here. I'm going to pull 5. That's 4. One more. And then let me see if I can get the interpretation of this. One more card for the final card. What's your question, number 70? Wow. Are you kidding me? Well, that's a big omen right there. A big sign. 2 Jokers. I pulled both Jokers. Wow. I've never pulled 2 Jokers in a reading before. What's your question? Let me add them up. Hang on. See what they add up to? 38 plus 8 plus 27 plus 0 and 53 is 126. $126. 53. Which is tied to the pale horse. Actually, let me get it in Greek. Hold on. Because I want to show you. Got to go to the Greek. There's death, and we have the pale horse. Where are you at? There it is. So we have chloros, hippos, right? Pale horse. There's the horse. Now we just got to get chloros. Chlorine, 17. And there it is. And, you know, again, as fate would have it, right? Like I was just saying how there's 2 jokers in the deck. 0 and 53. And how the Joker in the 2019 movie with Joaquin Phoenix, who he won an Academy Award for that, was all about the disruptor, who was the pale horse to come in to cause the chaos in the world. And that's what we just pulled. 2 jokers. Currency. The dragon. And the spirit coming down. It's... Look, let me show you one other one. You go to death. Here's death. This is why in the Marvel amazing movie, The Avengers Endgame, you had Thanos. You see it right there? Thanatos. Thanos. Death. There it is, 28. 28. And you remember that this guy right here, Rumen Alum, 28. Okay? There you go. 82 is lead. Lead is Kronos. Death to lead. Death, it's lead to gold. Okay? This. The pale horse. Hades. Underworld. Pluto. Plutonium. Prometheus. And he was given authority to kill with a sword. Jesus says, bitch, I ain't coming with a peace sign. I ain't coming with a peace symbol on the back of my jeans. I'm coming with a sword. Okay? Coming with a sword. That's why the whole, I don't know, you promulgate the Christ, you give it energy, it's coming. Well, there was, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I don't need to even say anymore. The 126 was the humdinger. The last few decodes I've done, the 138, the Phoenix, the Pale Horse, these are the last ones I've done. I'm in Barranquilla, Colombia. Barranquilla's 28. I mean, what do I need to say? Colombia 27, 27 tied to the Dragonfly, my last name 27. I don't need to say anymore. I already know. Shitstorm's coming. If you're one of the fortunate ones where you don't have to feel the sting of that, well then it was part of your destiny. I'm not gonna give you predictions. I don't know. Could come any day. It could take a year. Who knows? But the decode, I'll leave you guys with this. My last piece. My last piece. Here you go. This right here. Leave the world behind. Might as well just do this on the fly. Okay. Right here. Here's the clue that I found. 256 pages. All right. So, what's the 256th day of the year? Look at what it says. It's the day of the programmer, who honors the people who change the world one program at a time. September 13th. 13. September 13th. The Pale Horse. What is the September 13th card? September 13th. The Jack of Clubs. The 24th card in the deck, and Jesus in the Greek equals the number 24. Even the word stone is 24. And this is going to get into the vision of Daniel in 2:44, where it says, the stone will smash all the other kingdoms before it. 24. All right? So there you have it. I don't need to say any more, but you can do whatever you want to do with that decode. And there's no reason to get upset. There's no reason to worry. There's no reason to cause any panic in your life. Because the greatest news that I can tell you is you are exactly where you need to be in this life. Right now, and you always will be in the exact place you need to be for your script. So there's no sense running. There's no sense worrying. There's no sense packing up and doing this and da-da-da. Tomorrow's not guaranteed, ladies and gentlemen, so go be the best little devil you can be. Okay? All right, well, that's what I got for you, ladies and gentlemen. For this What's Your Question 7, it was a fun ride. Talked a little bit about lust and humping and you know, all that fun stuff. But anyway, I really appreciate each and every one of you for supporting this. If you want to get into the big decodes, they're on my Patreon. The link's already been left. If you just type in Decode Your Reality Patreon, you'll find it. It's right. I don't know where the hell it's at. Okay, well, whatever. But if you want to support this great research, if you want to go watch the big humdingers, the 138, the Phoenix, and the Pale Horse, and Predestination, I just released probably one of the biggest ones, which was Contract with God. If you want to go watch those, they're on the Patreon. You know, it's just so funny. I had somebody complain about my Patreon, and I'm just like, dude, do you complain about your internet subscription? Do you go to the grocery store and complain about the prices of the food you buy and say, well, I'm not going to buy that unless you lower your price? It's just so ridiculous. It's like, man, you're complaining. You're a complainer. Stop being a complainer. Okay, great. If you don't want to be part of the Patreon, cool. I got 400 and almost 500 videos, so you probably haven't gotten through them all. Go watch some of those. Instead of bitching about, oh, you got a Patreon. It's like, dude, come on, man. You go get laid or something. Maybe that's what you need to do. Go get some lust, because you're just like bitter. It's crazy, man. Jesus. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got for today. Signing out. What's your question number 70? Till next time, we will see you later. Whoop. I'll let you guys talk amongst yourselves. Big shout out to Pam and Steven. Whoop. God damn, can't get this thing right. There you go, folks. Adios.